What is going on, everybody? The Xbox 2 podcast is live on this glorious November 4th, Friday here in Chicago. A little bit rainy, a little bit dreary, but that's okay. At least it's not freezing cold yet, and it's not ridiculously hot. So, I'm one of your co-hosts, Randall Thor 19, the man with the million. And with me, we have the promoted Jez Corden, who I can now introduce as managing editor at Windows Central. What's going on, man?
Managing editor. Yes, I have been promoted. I now have the keys to the castle. And yeah, I'm now the king of one of the kings. There's gonna be a co-managing editor, but we won't talk about him. But yeah, I am the managing editor of Windows Central. It's crazy. I started working here 7 years ago, clawed my way up the ranks, and proved myself, and now we're here. But Rand, the show must go on, because my first love is all of you. And you, Rand, my buddy. Also, I noticed something. You gave a weather report last week too.
Did I?
And you gave a weather report this week as well.
What?
Are we gonna? Are we starting the show with a weather report every week?
I mean, why not? We gotta let people know what the weather is like here in Chicago.
Can't I look out the window? Oh, in Chicago.
In Chicago,
yeah. The weather here it's cold. It's getting cold now. It's getting nippy. But I keep thinking, like, after this summer, I'm okay with it. This summer was brutal. This summer was brutal. So I'm here for the cold right now, personally. But yeah, we got a pretty cool show lined up. Not a huge amount of news this week, but we managed to
wrangle up some stuff, some things to talk about. There's always something here. I always wonder, like, I don't know what we're gonna talk about, but we always end up talking about something. Elijah, who's been a member for 3 months, says, "Hit that like button." Congratulations on the promotion, Jez, and hope the weather eases up, Rand. Hope everyone has fun. Yeah, so tell the people about the promotion, Jez. What is going on behind the scenes at Windows Central? They're like, you know what? Jez has always been here for us. We need to not only promote him, but we need to give him more responsibilities. Like you needed more responsibility. Like, what is managing editor actually mean now?
Well, to be honest, I'm still kind of learning, right? Okay. I'm sort of like, I'm going to be managing editor in charge of gaming and news. So I'll be focusing more on news content, because in the past I've done reviews and I do a lot of tech accessories and headphones and stuff like that. But now I'm going to be focused almost entirely on news and gaming news. So there'll be more Microsoft news. The exclusives hopefully will continue. Getting all the breaking news and all that stuff. It's honestly, we've dropped off a bit lately because we've had a lot of personnel churn, because it's just the way the industry is. People moving to different companies, blah, 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 blah. So things have been a bit slow, but I'm hoping that, I can fix all that, and then we can get things stable and get back to doing what we do best, which is breaking news and giving you guys exclusives and all that cool beans stuff. And yeah, more beans, more baked beans,
more baked beans. Yes, that's what everybody wants. That's the type of content people crave on Twitter and on Windows Central. Is just more stuff. So
yes, indeed.
Yeah. So I saw that you're promoted. So congratulations. You deserve it. You've been there for a while. When are you going to get promoted on the Xbox 2? Or when am I going to get promoted on the Xbox 2 podcast?
You're already the king of Xbox 2 podcast.
This everybody refers to this as the Jez podcast.
Well,
it's like Jez and it's like, I'm going to go listen to Jez and the other guy talk about Xbox. I'm like the other man. I'm like,
that's fake news, bro.
That's true. Like, people talk about X and C. It's Colton Gas, right? And when they talk about Xbox 2, it's just Jez and just this dude. Like,
I won't have the self-deprecating Rand. Okay, today's a happy day, and you are very much the backbone of the show, because as we know, most of the time I'm playing Overwatch.
Yeah, most of the time you are playing. You know what? So you guys know one of the thing, like, we usually try to implement things that people have asked us to do. Like, everybody back, like, when we first started the show, people were like, we want to listen to this on podcast apps. We want to listen to this on podcast apps, right? And we eventually got the show up on podcast apps. So it's on iTunes. It's wherever you listen to the show. If you don't necessarily have to be here on YouTube, we love you all the same. As long as you listen and enjoy the show. You know, we have a bunch of people who lurk here on YouTube that never say a word. We love you too, even though we would love everybody to say hi in the chat or whatever. It doesn't really matter. How you want to listen to the show is up to you, and we'd be happy to support it. And a whole bunch of people asked us to do a Patreon, which we are finally doing, which plug patreon.com/XB2. Links in the description for that. Talking about doing an Xbox 2 plus 1 show in the future with guests, which is going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people ask us for timestamps, and
yes,
the problem always with that is we do a long show, and I don't listen back to the show, and Jez doesn't listen back to the show. Hazador usually did the timestamps because he loves the show and listened to it, and he just would be like, all right, here's kind of like a basic outline. But shout out to Hazador. I hope he's doing well, because he's taken some time off Twitter because of, I believe, his back injury is flared up. So I just wanted to say we miss you, Haz. Hopefully you come back soon and everything's okay. But the shows recently have been getting quite long, and there haven't been any timestamps. So Jez is actually going to maybe do the timestamps this week.
Yes. I'm sitting here with a stopwatch.
You got a stopwatch going.
I got a stopwatch going. We're going to try and do some timestamps for the first time. The problem with our shows are, like, most people, like, they structure their show and they're like, okay, we'll talk about this for an hour. We'll talk about this for an hour. We'll talk about this for an hour. And then, like, they have structured their show because, Sothmall in chat just said too many tangents.
Too many tangents. Yeah.
This making timestamps for this show is going to be hardcore. So let's see how it goes. You know, I'm giving it my all.
I guess it was just like, all you really need to keep track of is the major topics, whether or not we do tangents and come back to stuff. It's just more like, all right, this is where something starts. So Jez is going to try it out, you know.
But Rand, sometimes we get a super chat and it's a really good question, and then we end up talking about it for half an hour.
Well, that does happen, and it usually happens every week. So that's kind of just like, yeah. And so, because we were like, people ask for it, and it's just like, we got to deliver. And if it's Jez not doing it, because this is when he likes to play Overwatch, you know, Jez, his girlfriend's a little demanding. She wants that alone time with Jez. And Jez is like, when am I going to be able to play Overwatch 2? And he can only play Overwatch 2 during the podcast. So it's kind of like, I can't do them. So, you know, maybe at some point we might have a paid opportunity on Xbox 2 podcasts where we might have to actually, like, pay a listener to do the podcast timestamps. So for everybody else. We're
going to start hiring now.
We might have to. We might have to, where it's like put out a call being like, does anybody listen to the show every single week for the whole show? Would you like to be paid by us to just put down some timestamps for the listeners in the future?
Hang on. Are we going to have to set up an LLC or something?
I mean, I don't know about that. Maybe do I need to set up, like, make my channel into an LLC, like the Randall Thor 19 channel LLC?
I think you might get sued.
The Iron Lords are an LLC.
Iron Lords LLC? Oh my god. I wouldn't even know how to set up an LLC.
I mean, I'd have to set it up, but you know,
we're already rocking.
Dr. Diligent says, "Can we get timestamps for each time Jez finishes a drink? How about for each time? Jez has a hiccup?"
Oh no, dude! I haven't listened back to that show. I'm scared to do so.
Yeah,
I
got a bunch of messages about that. People thought the hiccups. There was a couple people who thought that the hiccups went on too long and were horrible, right? And then there's a lot of other people that were just like, man, the hiccups were the funniest thing, the actual funniest thing ever, you know. So I talked to a couple people at Xbox who listened to it who were dying of laughter.
Yeah, some people said they were crying, laughing about it. So like that's hopefully that doesn't happen again for my sake. But
so you are back on the diet. Did I inspire you to get back on the diet, Jez?
Yeah, you did. You did inspire me to get back on diet, and a bunch of people from the chat inspired me. Loads of people DM me saying like, give it another go, because I lost £100 last year. I lost £100, and then I gained back about £40 since the summer. So since June, I've gained £40 since I've been back in Germany. I sort of like got lazy, and I don't know. I got back into old habits when I came back to Germany after being in England for whatever reason. I gained £40 since then. As soon as I take my eye off the ball, I start gaining weight. I have to count every calorie, and I can do it. When I count the calories, it's like, oh yeah, that's enough food. Oh yeah, that's enough food. So I lose the weight really easily when I'm calorie counting. And this week, according to the scales, and some of this is going to be water weight. According to the scales, this week I've lost 11 pounds. So it drops off quickly to start with, and then like when your body adjusts to it, it starts getting more slowly. But yeah, I'm back on the wagon. We're gonna lose this weight again. I'm gonna lose £100, another £100, and then hopefully by E3, if I get to go. God knows what the state of the world's going to be, and the economy and stuff. But if we do have budget to go to E3, and to be honest, I might just pay for it myself in the end. I might just pay for it myself to go to E3. But hopefully I get to E3 and I won't be so, grotesquely overweight. I mean, you can be like the sexiest people there. We'll both lose weight and we'll rock it. But yeah, thanks to everyone who's been supportive in the chat, and I've seen a bunch of people dropping congrats about the promotion. Thank you so much. And yeah, we're gonna have a good show.
Dude, everybody, you put that. You finally were able to do one of those things where you're like changing your Twitter bio. You're like promotion, and then I saw like, dude, Phil Spencer noticed, the major note, like everybody Xbox, like you deserve this. Like, it's got to feel pretty good, right?
I hit the trending tab for some people.
Trending, congratulations, Jez. Yeah,
that was crazy, but yeah.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here. We have a new member to the channel, Professor Hee. Thank you guys. Thank you for joining. Enjoy the emotes. And, we got to start the show. No corporate sponsorships this week, so no Manscaped and no Raycon, even though the codes XB2 work at both. If you do want to buy something from either of those stores, you still can. But we do have Patreon. And we have a Patreon producer this week, a new one, Jez, which you're going to tell us all about.
Yeah, so thanks a bunch to mariokartMADMAN, who is joined us on Patreon, our Patreon producer tier, and he's this week's Patreon producer. mariokartMADMAN is a gaming news, nerd culture, unboxings, and let's play YouTube channel, which you can check out in the description, where every week they put out multiple pieces of content covering gaming, Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, PC, anime, comics, movies, and TV shows. They also have 2 podcasts, MADMAN Podcast, hosted every weekend with CMoney and Doodle and MADMAN, giving their hot takes on the week's biggest gaming and nerd culture news. And the other podcast is Her, Him, and a Mike, typically posted on Wednesdays with CMoney and Doodle, CMoney's wife, sitting down one-on-one, having deep discussion on whatever nerd pop culture topic they feel like discussing. The first episode was a deep dive into one of their favorite shows, Yellowstone. So guys, definitely check out CMoney's channel in the description. And thanks a ton to CMoney and mariokartMADMAN channel for sponsoring us on Patreon.
That's right.
And we also have a bunch of Patreon shout-outs. Should we run through those now, Rand?
Yeah, so shout out to everybody on Patreon at that respective tier who get the shout-outs. We have CMoney, who's the Patreon producer. We got Fernando J. Mendez. We got Makazilla. We got Stegsman. We got Randall419. Yeah, gotta give a shout-out to myself for supporting my own Patreon. We got Silas. We got Eric Gregory, we got Elijah Vasquez, we got James Moore, we got Matt Salinas, and I apologize if I screw up any of you guys' names, truly. We got Katriox, we got Ricky Fallon, we got Bright Tundra 1, we got Jasper Shapp, we have Jez Discarded Hiccups. So apparently your hiccups have signed up for the Patreon.
So someone's changed their name on Patreon to troll me.
Jeez.
I have no idea who that is, but thank you very much. Jez discarded hiccups.
Jez discarded hiccups. We have Xbox International. We have Justin Duel. We have Frank Marino. We have P Bro King. We have Ace T, and Madison. We have Untidy Tim, Grizzly Mofo OG, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Andrew Courtney, Wagerman, Achievement, The Scarecrow 121, Darren Torpy, Professor or Prof JJJ, Butterball 8, Ghostface Killa, Wolfgang KPZ, and Ralph Wiggum. So thank you guys so much for supporting the Patreon. Links in the description, patreon.com/XB2. And we do have some questions, which we'll be getting to at the end of the show. But yeah, thank you guys. And I think we do have a couple super chats before we get into everything. I don't know how you're going to structure this for the timestamps, Jez. You definitely your work cut out for you on this one. But
yeah,
I'm very interested to see how this all comes across. We have a super chat here. A super chat here from Jonas the Dad, who says, starting off, COD, never allowed on Game Pass, must always be best on PlayStation. Could that be required? I don't think that would be required. I don't know if it, like, to always be best on PlayStation. I would imagine PlayStation, they probably just would want parity, where like it's not best on Xbox.
Yeah, it's the whole topic around concessions is really interesting, and like one of the things Sony always like, this is one thing Sony has a load of anxiety about, is like when they're working out these third-party deals with other publishers, and we've seen this from leaked documents or publicly facing documents from various court cases. They're always like, you can't make your game look better on PlayStation than it looks on you can't make a game look better on Xbox than it looks on PlayStation using the extra power from the Xbox Series X or whatever. So like this sort of practice of artificially throttling the graphical quality, that's something Sony loves to do. And if they're in a position where they can get concessions for Call of Duty on PlayStation, you have to presume this is something they will try and do. They'll probably try and do it, but I would think that a competitions regulator would say, hang on a sec, that's not good for consumers. How is that good for consumers that they buy a product and we're regulating how good the product can perform for them? So a competitions regulator, hopefully, if they are sane, they won't downgrade a game, because that hurts consumers. And it hurts competition too, because like in a competition context, if you've got one platform which is artificially being throttled, it's like it doesn't push any technology company to make better hardware. If everything always has to be the same because Sony says so, or Xbox says so, or whoever says so, it doesn't incentivize making a better console, you know? So for me, I don't think that concession would fly, but who knows? Regulators are weird and crazy sometimes, but that's my gut instinct. That's my logic behind it. I don't know if you have a different take, Rand.
Well, I mean, you know my prediction about all this stuff. I mean, concessions are interesting, but you know, whatever. I'm going balls to the wall. I'm being bold. I'm going to say the deal. I've been saying the deals. I think the deal's going to pass with no concessions.
No concessions.
I think the CMA is going to flip and go the opposite direction and say, nope. Yeah, everything's fine here. Even though there are reports saying that Microsoft didn't offer any remedies to the EU, and they're about to go to a phase 2 investigation, which is to be expected, and that's going to run for another 4 months. We don't know anything about the FTC and what they're doing, because like the EU and the FTC and all these other government bodies are very much hush-hush. They do things behind the scenes, where the CMA is very public. I don't know if that's because they want to put it out there and being like, hey, we're worth the budget, the government budget, you guys pay us, or what have you. It's funny because they tweeted something this week about the deal, and they used the PlayStation controller in the picture, didn't they? Which I think you pointed out. Like, oh, how funny is this when you're using a PlayStation controller for the picture, right?
Yeah, that was hilarious. But yeah, I don't think there'll be concessions, but maybe there'll be some kind of business concession.
I mean, there could be concessions. I'm just going with the prediction that because everybody's like, whatever, may get blocked, or there may be this, and there'll definitely be concessions. I'm just going to be like, you know what? Nobody's saying it's going to pass with no concessions. I'm going to be the one that says that. And, it's just,
okay.
It's just, I want to be a little bit different. I'm just going to be I'm going to be the different one. And I don't have a background in law or mergers and acquisition stuff. So what's my opinion on this matter? Zero, none. Cause who am I, but, yeah, I don't know. The whole PlayStation, CMA, Xbox thing is like overplayed. Phil's out there doing like, talking to the Wall Street Journal, which is basically him speaking to regulators and talking about. He was almost presenting the acquisition. I don't know if you kind of got the sense that he was talking about the acquisition, and he kind of pivoted in a way where it was like, well, this acquisition was mostly about mobile. Trying to like turn regulators being like, this isn't about console and PlayStation. This is actually about breaking up the duopoly that Google and Apple have on the on mobile stores, right? Because the regulators don't like Google and Apple as is. So like Phil sort of pivoted a little bit and was like, well, it's really about mobile, and it's like, I guess so, true. But Sony's really out here, trying to be like, no, it's about Call of Duty, when it's at least what Phil said. Either way, unless there's new information, I'm kind of over this whole thing. Like, it was fun for a bit when you had people going back and forth, and what Jim Ryan was saying one thing and Phil would respond, and then Microsoft would say something, and then CMA would say this, and then they would destroy the CMA. Like, it was fun because it was new and it was fresh and it hadn't been done before. You'd never seen it happen. It was console wars in full display, Xbox versus PlayStation, Phil Spencer versus Jim Ryan. But now it's all just kind of just, there's nothing new in there, and people are just, well, what's happening with this? And nobody has any new information, and it's sort of boring. So I just kind of hope everything just stays under the table and we hear more about it when it gets closer to completion next year. Because EU is supposed to take 4 months. We know the CMA is supposed to close, whatever, give their findings in March. So you're looking at like early next year. So if we don't hear anything about it until early next year, I'll be happy, man. But I'm sure we'll hear more about it, and it'll be just as boring as it has been. So.
Yes.
I'm already bored talking about it. I can't imagine what people are listening are. They're probably already, hundreds of people probably turned off the show because it's like, ugh. It's like when you talk about VR. I have noticed when shows talk about VR, the listeners just tune out because people don't care about VR. I have noticed that, and it's interesting because that is one of the topics we will get to, but. Gotta give a shout out to Professor He with a gigantic super chat here. Thank you so much. He says, got a fatty paycheck, so why not? Also, those God of War Ragnarok review scores. Jeez. Yeah, it reviewed incredibly well. It was to be expected. I thought it would review about the same as the first game or slightly better. So I was always expecting a 94, 95. I didn't read any of the reviews because it's a game I don't need to be sold on. So it's just like, I don't want to be spoiled on anything. So I didn't watch anybody's videos. I didn't read anybody's reviews. I'm just going to go in day one and play the game for myself and see what's what. I know, Jez, you're waiting for what? The PC version eventually to come out?
Yeah, well, I don't have a PlayStation, I don't have a PlayStation, so I can't play it. But honestly, now that I've gotten a little bit of a pay rise, I'm actually thinking, you know what? I can budget a PlayStation now, potentially. Now the issue Rand I've got is I don't have physical space. But potentially, I tell you, like, I don't like getting too personal on the show, but one of the reasons I was sort of like anxious to start a Patreon is because I've got surgery that I want to buy. I got surgery I want to pay for that isn't covered by the UK health system. And on my current wage, there was just no way I was going to be able to finance it. So people were asking for Patreon anyway, and I thought this could be a way for me to finally get this surgery to fix something that's wrong with my body. That's been wrong with my body for God knows how long. But now I've got this pay rise as well. I could potentially like look at actually moving out. I've never had my own place. I've never been able to afford it. I live with my girlfriend's parents. We live in my girlfriend's bedroom, very small. I literally don't have space for anything. Like I'll take a picture of my desk. Like I've literally don't have space for PlayStation right now. But if I get my own place, I will definitely get a PlayStation, and I'll get everything because I like gaming. I like gaming everywhere. Don't care what platform it's on. Obviously, Xbox is always going to be my home, much like Rand. But it's always been about money and about space, and that's the same is true for a lot of people. You know, a lot of people don't want to pay for multiple consoles. A lot of people don't want to pay for €80 games because I did buy a Steam Deck, which is nice and small. I can put that in a drawer. I bought a Steam Deck, and I was looking through the Steam Deck verified games, and I saw that Final Fantasy VII on PC is €80 in Germany. €80, and I'm like, what? When did this happen? So I'm kind of like, well, I'm gonna wait till I go back to Britain to buy that one, I think, if at all. But anyway, yeah, that's a sort of roundabout way of saying that. Yeah, I'm happy for God of War Ragnarok, and we both knew it was going to be a banger. Everyone knows it's going to be a banger, and that's one of Sony's strengths is the consistency and the quality, and the consumers have an expectation that they can deliver that kind of quality. And hopefully, we're going to get that out of Xbox next year and the year after and the year after, and that's where we're going to be at. And all those bad memories of Crackdown 3 will be long forgotten, hopefully.
Yes. Jojo 75 or 75 752 says, Jez, what's your go-to character in Overwatch?
Go-to character in Overwatch? Since they reintroduced Bastion, I've been playing Bastion a lot. Bastion is hilarious because you can just sort of flank around and then evaporate people by turning on his turret mode. He kills people so fast, it's just absolutely hilarious. He dies really quick, he's got a huge hitbox, so that's the trade-off, but I really like playing Bastion. Honestly, I've been trying to play everyone. I've been trying to get good with everyone because you never know who they're going to buff and nerf. So it's like, well, before it was like, if they nerf my main, I'll be sad. But if I like playing everyone, I'll just play everyone, right?
Right.
So yeah.
My buddies Magic and Maka, and my buddy James Shields, they're all about Overwatch 2. They literally played Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 for one day and immediately just went back to Overwatch 2. Now they're talking about how Warzone. Now they're making me scared because it's like, bro, Warzone 2 is gonna be crap, and I'm like, no, don't say that, because I'm looking forward to Warzone 2. But they're like, yeah, the multiplayer and Call of Duty is awful, and it's like it's got me a little bit scared because I'm looking forward to playing Modern Warfare 2's Warzone, but they're already like, they played it for a day and they're like, yeah, this is awful. Back to Overwatch, and I'm like, back to Overwatch. I was like, what the hell is going on?
Dude, so, it's really funny because Overwatch and COD kind of suffer from some of the same problems. They're both unfinished. Overwatch has loads of little weird bugs, and Call of Duty has loads of little weird bugs. But, you know, we're going to talk about Call of Duty in a bit, but as you can see from the amount of money they made, people don't care. People accept unfinished games. That's the world we live in now. So
yeah, I suppose they do.
Also, I disagree with your friends about COD Modern Warfare 2 not being good, because surprisingly, I've been really enjoying it. I've been loving it, to be honest. We can talk about that as well in a bit, but I've actually been really enjoying it. Yeah. So yeah.
We got a super chat here from Flame who says, I don't listen to this show just for Rand or Jez. I listen to it out of appreciation to my fellow weebs. Right, Rand? What anime you watching? Ooh. Well, I hate to disappoint people. I hate to disappoint you, Flame, but I haven't started any new anime. I haven't started anything because this past week I've been gaming, bro. And I've talked about this before, where I'm very bad when it comes to doing multiple things. I tend to like do one thing fully, And if I'm doing one thing fully, then I don't do other things. So if I'm really gaming like I have been the past month, then I'm not really watching anything on TV or I'm not reading a book. I haven't, outside of The Troop, which I read at the beginning of October, I haven't read anything else, which is a slow month for me reading because I've been spending all my time playing games. And because of that, not only have I not been reading, I also haven't really been watching TV. Sure, I finished Rings of Power and I watched Cyberpunk Edge Dancers and finished Vinland Saga, but I really haven't watched anything new because I've spent 50 hours in Gotham Knights and 20 some odd hours in Plague Tale Requiem and I spent 12 hours in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and I've spent like 7 hours so far in Entropy Center, and next week I'm sure I'll be spending a whole bunch of time in God of War Ragnarok and so on and so forth. So I have a hard time, I guess, managing my time and divvying things up where it's like I only play for this much so I can watch shows or read something. Because I normally just like, all right, it's this one thing and I do this thing. Like if I'm reading, it's this book and the next book and the next, and I don't do so much of the other things. Or I'm watching this show and this is the only thing I'm watching and the only thing I'm doing. So right now it's like, it's all about gaming, bro. I know for a while there I wasn't really playing much because there wasn't really much that interests me. But now there is, and now I'm just pretty much spending most of my time on gaming, and I love it because the games have been great. So, haven't watched any anime yet, and if I do watch one, it will be Death Note because the Weeb Council has decided that is the next one. So,
which one? Sorry,
Death Note. Death Note.
Yeah,
the next one.
Did you before we move on? Did you see the Simpsons Death Note?
I did not.
parody?
I was told not to watch that because it might spoil things, so I did not watch it. I didn't.
Fair enough. But
I didn't.
It is kind of amazing.
Is it?
Yeah, don't watch it. It's full of spoilers.
Okay.
15-year-old spoilers or however old Death Note is.
I have no idea. All I know about Death Note is that some dude gets like a notebook and he can like write the name of a person he wants to die in it, and they die. I guess that's the only thing I really know about it. And there's some like demon or something. Or
Shinigami.
Yeah, and that's it. I don't know. I know it's 37 episodes long because I saw it on Netflix. But other than that, like that's it. That's all I know. Oh, and that
is really good.
People have told me that the first half is amazing, and then there's some weird twist, and the second half isn't as good or something.
I kind of take the whole show as one thing, so I don't really see it that way, because I think it does pick up again. But I kind of see where people are coming from. But at the same time, I just love the whole thing, But anyway, it's let's move on.
Yes.
I don't want to ruin it for you. So let's go.
All right. So we have a new member of the channel, Snippy Lock. Thank you for joining the channel. Enjoy all the emotes. We also have another outstanding super chat here from Professor Hee, and he goes, "Here's some for your surgery you want to have, Jez." So you want the surgery? I might have to get that surgery eventually. I went to my sister's wedding's in a month. She's getting married, and I there's part of me that's like, I don't want to go. Why would I want to go? So it's I kind of was trying to convince her, being like, you know what? Do I really got to go to your wedding? And she just looks. She just gives you that look, and she's just like,
dude,
I'm like, okay, so yeah, I gotta go to the wedding, and she's, so I had to. She wants me to suit, right? So I went to Men's Warehouse to get, the suit and everything, get the measurements yesterday, and it's like, all right, well, everything's good, and here's how much renting a suit, and you can pick it up 2 days before, and I'm just like, man, is there a way I can get out of this? I thought about like, maybe if I like pretend I got COVID a couple days beforehand and be like, yeah, I can't go to the wedding because I got COVID. You know what I mean? Like,
dude, come on.
So
I'll force you to go.
So like a month from now, you might see a picture of me looking all,
suited up,
booted up, ready to go. So that was definitely an experience. So I got like the full 9-piece suit. You got vest and jacket, the pants, like, it should look pretty dapper. a month from now. But yeah, we got the super chat here from Himanshu, who says, "Hey guys, give me an honest answer. Do you think there'll be a Microsoft game this generation that will match God of War Ragnarok?"
I think so, definitely.
You mean like in terms of what, Metacritic, or in terms of appeal?
Just raw quality,
I guess. I mean, I guess it depends. Jez says yes. I think
I get it, right? Because there's this weird thing, because some genres of games don't really get the appreciation that they deserve. Like, if like Flight Simulator's 95 on Metacritic, people don't see that the same as God of War being 95 on Metacritic. Because I honestly think there's something fair about that. I think, like, although like Flight Simulator is this amazing technical achievement, right? I feel like having a full-blown script, all the motion capture you have to do, all the you know, all the acting you have to do, the writing and gameplay mechanics, and sort of marrying all that together into one cohesive whole is potentially logistically easier than making a game like Flight Simulator. That's just my perception of it, right? I'm not discounting or discouraging the technical achievement of Flight Simulator, because obviously all that satellite stuff is amazing, and they've actually been using it in science data, which I'm writing an article about right now. So that Flight Simulator is an amazing technical achievement, but it's not as difficult to make as a game like God of War. So I think what he's asking is, will they have a game that's cinematic and Hollywood style on that level of God of War? And the answer to that is, I think yes. And I think it's going to come from the Coalition. I think the fact we haven't heard from the Coalition for ages is a good sign. I think they're working really hard. They've poached a lot of people, good quality people, to get to the next level. And I personally think that game will come from the Coalition. I'm really excited for Gears of War 6. And that's not based on any leaks or any inside knowledge. I don't know a damn thing about Gears 6. But I think they are going to bring that franchise to the next level. That's, you know, I've long been a Coalition fan. A stan, maybe. But yeah, I think they will get there. Could take a while, but I think they will get there.
Oh, fair enough. I mean,
what studio do you think will get to that sort of level of complexity?
Ninja Theory.
And quality? Ninja Theory.
Yeah, Hellblade 2, Project Mara. I mean, if you're talking about one that could potentially reach the heights of its Metacritic, because I don't know exactly, like, you know, the super chat just means like that. I think they're aiming pretty high for Hellblade 2. Okay. Not only like what the game can do, but also the critic reception. So if I had to pick a game from an Xbox studio that's coming out in the future that could match maybe the visuals and the cinematic third-person storytelling and all those stuff, maybe it won't be as long, but as God of War Ragnarok. But I think Hellblade 2, if you had to ask, like, I think that is one that potentially could be that game that you're talking about.
Understood. It's exciting. I'm excited for the future of Xbox, most definitely.
Yeah, so thank you for the support. Thank you for the super chat. Very interesting question, because this sort of thing always comes up whenever Sony releases one of their titles about, when is Xbox going to have this, or when is Xbox going to have that? You know, Professor Hehe with another amazing super chat says, Gears 6 needs to shake up the formula to get a lot of praise, like how God of War 2018 did. I agree with you, because I actually like what Gears 5 did, but it seemed like for most people they didn't fully commit. It was like, oh, we want open world, but the open world was sort of barren, and a lot of like the combat scenarios within the open world were kind of cordoned off, where it was like, we sort of want to be open world, we're going to dip our big toe into this pool, but not really. So do they have to fully commit for the next Gears to actually be that way? I don't know. Either way, I really like the idea, because right now, 2022, we should have, if you follow what the Coalition has been doing, they've released the Gears of War game for every 3 years, right? So you had Gears of War 4 in 2016, and then you had Gears of War 5 in 2019. I mean, the Coalition essentially carried the Xbox One gen. If they were still on that sort of path, we would have had a new Gears game this year. And maybe if you added a year for the pandemic, it would have been next year. Well, they've already come out and said you won't hear from us for a while. So who knows when the coalition is going to talk about their next projects, plural, assuming what Jez has reported and Jeff Grubb has reported about them working on a smaller new IP first before Gears 6 ends up being true. But it might be a while before we actually see Gears 6. And that is interesting to me because I like the idea of Xbox not being like, we need you need to hurry up and rush and finish this and get it out on time. I feel like Gears needs the extra time because they have to go and say, okay, what can we do differently? What are the things people like about this franchise, love about it? But how do we change it to kind of keep everything fresh? And I don't know if you can really do that on a 3-year cadence, but if you're given 6 years to think about it and do and change some things, you could get something really special. So yeah, I mean, I know Jez loves Gears, right? That's his whole thing. Gears, right?
I got Gears Tactics mouse mat. It's awesome.
If you list the Xbox studios, all right, here's a question for you, Jez. What are your top 5 Xbox studios right now? So you can't include anything from Activision Blizzard because they aren't acquired. So you can't include them. So give me your top 5 Xbox studios. And everybody in chat, you can also do the same. List your top 5 Xbox game studios. It can include Bethesda because they're part of Xbox. And I wouldn't necessarily say Bethesda, like the individual studios within. If you want to say Bethesda game studios like Todd Howard's, you can include that as one. But Arcane would be separate and Machine Games would be separate. Stuff like that. So I want to know your top 5 Xbox studios.
My top 5 right now are, and this is based on
your own personal preference. Your own personal preference. Because I know 343 ain't gonna be on that list.
No, it ain't.
You're gonna be there.
This is based on personal preference and also potential that I think they're gonna hit. So number 1 is Obsidian.
Okay, Obsidian. Makes sense.
Number 2 is Coalition.
Okay.
Number 3 is In Exile.
In Exile, all right.
Number 4 is Undead Labs.
Undead.
And number 5 is Microsoft Casual Games Team. Solitaire. Let's go, baby.
Stop lying.
But nah, Solitaire is sick, man. I always see Phil on Xbox Live playing Solitaire. And the 5th one is it's Bethesda. Todd Howard. Actually, I put Bethesda maybe at 4. So I put Bethesda at 4 and swap Undead Labs down to 5. Yeah, that's how I do it. Yeah, that's how I do it. But honestly, after Starfield, I'm expecting Bethesda to go straight up to the number 1. To be honest, I've got such high hopes for that game. You cannot. It's kind of getting to Cyberpunk situation for me, where it's like my hype levels are so high that if it's bad, I will be crushed.
Really?
Yes. So, what are yours, Rand? What are your top 5? What are your top 5?
Well, okay, so so we have your top 5, but if Activision Blizzard was included, would Blizzard be number 1?
Honestly, no.
No, okay.
No, I think
surprising. That's surprising.
They'd come in at 6 because they're very good, but I'm sort of there's a lot to be disappointed about with Blizzard right now. The monetization in Overwatch 2 is horrendous. We don't know what the monetization is going to be like in Diablo 4. It could be similarly horrendous. We don't know how Dragonflight's going to play out. By the way, Rand, they announced Death Knights for Hearthstone, which I leaked back in August. So that was nice to be right again. Just pat myself on the back right there. So yeah, Hearthstone's getting Death Knights. I really love Blizzard, but I kind of feel like they're being really aggressive with monetization right now and alienating people. So, but also that's just kind of the way the industry's kind of gone, and most people are okay with it. But at the same time, you can buy like a real life version of some of the weapons charms in Overwatch 2 for less than what they cost in the game, which is incredible. Have you seen this, Rand? Like you can buy like on the Blizzard shop, there are like plastic or metal versions of some of the weapon charms in Overwatch, and they are literally cheaper than buying them in the game, which is a digital. So yeah. They're a bit mental when it comes to monetization. So yeah, Bethesda, Blizzard are being at number 6 for now. Diablo 4 might change that. I hope it does. But yeah, come on, hit us with your top 5, man.
Lots of my top 5. My top. I mean, can you guess my one? And my number 1.
Your number 1, I would guess, is Undead Labs.
No.
My number 1 is 343.
No.
I honestly don't know.
And number one is, I'm gonna say, go off like my most anticipated Xbox Game Studios title is Hellblade 2, so it'd be Ninja Theory.
That's cool.
Number 2 would probably be Arcane. I'm a massive fan of Arcane. Number 3 would probably be, so you're starting to split hairs here. id. Number 4 would probably be Playground. And then number 5 is probably Coalition, or maybe Machine Games. So those would be the one. Like Obsidian, it's tough picking them because I'm also a big fan of all the Bethesda studios for the most part. So it's software, Arcane, the Todd Howard studios, when they did the Elder Scrolls and stuff. So it's there's a lot to choose from. There's ones like In Exile for me. I haven't played one of their games, so it's hard for me to rate. Compulsion, it's just kind of we'll see what you've done with Project Midnight, because otherwise, whatever. It's hard to rate 343 anywhere, considering what's happened with Halo Infinite at the top. Coalition's been stalwart. Obsidian is also, you can put them, they're definitely in the top 10. The Initiative, but it's is it Initiative or is it Crystal Dynamics? So it's
oh, that should be. Are we going to talk about that later?
Yeah, well, there's definitely a topic. So
yeah. Okay.
We got a super chat here from Gamer by Choice. Says, I'm not a dev, but I would think the technical achievement of using real world data to make a game is harder than making fiction.
It's fair. The people that have different opinions. I'm not a dev. I'm not a programmer. I'm not a technical guy. I'm the closest thing I can come to is being creative. So in my head, making storyboards and planning out how you're gonna organize all that stuff is logistically more complicated. But maybe I'm wrong. I think it's completely fair to have that opinion because it's based on my perception, which is be completely wrong. But I think a lot of people do have that perception, and I think that's where some of the arguments come from with regards to Sony's games. It's we had all this last year. It's Forza is just a racing game, or Flight Simulator is just a flying game. I think this argument always comes back around. So some people do have that perception, but I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's the criticism that comes up about Forza Horizon. Even last year, and you're talking about it for the Game Awards. Forza is just a car game.
Forza's just a car game.
Just a car game. Flight Sim's just a flying game, right? So maybe it's because it doesn't evoke the emotions of a story with human characters going through trials and tribulations, overcoming challenges. Those sort of things that people are used to in books and movies and games, where it's just driving my car. You don't really get the emotional, which is odd to say because people do get emotionally attached to their vehicles. You know what I'm saying?
They do.
But
yes, they do.
But yeah, Neon Black says, I can tell you're both working on making the podcast better and better every week. Mad props and much appreciated. I mean, we try our best. Jez actually joined the call early this week to get everything situated, because we do have a lot to kind of go through with the Patreon stuff, and Jez also has a lot more responsibilities now, so his time is a little bit more limited. Being managing editor of Windows Central, all of Windows Central. Yes. I almost thought he was gonna be like, you know what, Rand? I got too many responsibilities. I can't do the podcast anymore. I'd be like, what? No. What if they told you? What if they were like, Jez, you can't do Xbox 2 anymore because you just too much,
I'd say no. I say, well, I'll demote me then.
Demote you?
Demote me.
Jez is willing to take a demotion for everybody here for the podcast. Wow.
I will. I seriously, nothing will compromise this podcast.
Nothing.
As far as I mean, maybe you get poached. Maybe Zuckerberg. Maybe Zuckerberg's like Rand.
Zuckerberg?
Zuckerberg. Maybe Cognito does some networking. He's like, you know what, Zuckerberg, we want this guy Rand to be in charge of Instagram. And Zuckerberg knocks your door and wants to make you CEO of Instagram. And he's like, well, you can't do the podcast if you're CEO of Instagram.
You know, speaking of Lord Cognito, he did poach me for an episode of Defining Duke this past week.
Yeah, I did see that.
His first time, it was just only me, and it was only Cog. The first time was just the two of us on a podcast, you know, and...
Oh, yeah. The reason for that, though, is because Mr. Matty got married, right?
Mr. Matty Plays is on vacation, got married. But, you know, the chemistry is undeniable between me and Cog. And there might be people out there being like, you know, we need a separate Rand and Cog podcast, you know?
Oh, man, we'll do it, man.
Yeah. But Cog's already does so many. He's got IOP on Sundays. He's got 2 of the Defining Duke shows. He's got his Destiny. You know, he does a Destiny podcast.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he does a Destiny podcast called Last Word. I think he does that on Thursdays.
And he's also like in the gym pumping iron.
He's in the gym pumping iron, getting fit with those muscles. You know.
Yeah, he's got some serious muscles, man. This guy.
Yeah.
Neo's got
great guy. We had a great time. So make sure you check out Defining Duke when that goes live. I believe it's on Sunday. It's up for Patreons, but it'll be live for everybody on Sundays. We had a great conversation, me and Cog. It's always a fun time to get to talk to him, but it was a lot of fun. And you know, if I wasn't doing a podcast that I love with you and everybody here, I might have to poach Cog and be like, you know, we should build our own podcast. But you know, it's too late right now. I mean, we've been doing this was episode 240, I believe.
Yes. 240
episodes, Jez. Did you ever think we'd get this far? That Xbox 2 would last this long? Because I know there were some troubles when Crackdown 3 came out, and I said some things about Crackdown 3, and people didn't appreciate, and people were very upset at me.
Well, it is what it is. Know. You spoke your truth at the end of the day, and I think
was that 5 years ago? How long have we been doing the show for? What, 5? We've been doing the show for 5 years.
I don't even know, mate. Time has become an abstract concept to me.
Yeah, I believe we started the show right before the week Digital Foundry revealed the specs of the Xbox Scorpio. You remember Scorpio? Remember that amazing code name, Scorpio?
That was cool.
And they gave
that was like the fight back. That was the start of the fight back.
I remember 6 versus 4. 6 is greater than 4. 6 teraflops versus 4 teraflops.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now there's like PCs with like 84 teraflops.
Yes, there is. PCs with 84 teraflops that are melting their connectors. Have you seen all this drama?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Like the RTX 4090, some of the plastic connectors to the motherboards have been getting so hot they've been melting. And people have been trolling NVIDIA about this. It's a crazy fun times in the GPU world right now.
Yeah, so I guess we've been doing the show for 5 years, April to April, plus a little bit more. So I don't know what number we should be on for a podcast, but we have missed some weeks. So maybe it makes sense. I don't know what if we had done it every single week, what number we'd be at, but we're at 240.
We weren't counting them.
I mean, I still think I put them all on my playlist, so I can look at the playlist to see how many there are there. Either way,
we'll figure it out.
Is there another 250 episodes in us? Another 5 years? 2027?
Hell yeah, buddy. Hell yeah.
We got a super chat here from John Martin who says, "Hey guys, any news on a Game Pass family plan? I'm dying over here paying for and juggling multiple accounts for me and my kids." Jazz, you got any more? I mean, it is up and running in like Ireland and one other country, is it not?
Yeah, Ireland, Colombia, it's running right now. They're still gathering feedback but the analytics on how it changes user behavior. So one of the things they don't want to do is make it so the family plan becomes unprofitable. They want to see, like, does more people being attached to Xbox Game Pass spread the word of it and help it go viral? Because they don't want to be in a situation like Netflix are in right now, where it's like they hit a level where the family plan is actually costing them money, or the ability to share your account is costing them money. It's costing Netflix money, which is why Netflix is trying to pull back on it now. So Microsoft's being very careful and very smart about it. They don't want to make the same mistakes Netflix has made. So they're still gathering analytics and stuff like that. Although I did see that the family plan actually went live by mistake. I think it was the UK. Someone said they saw the family plan on their dashboard and then it vanished. So I think they are getting ready. Hopefully by the end of the year, if not, maybe next year. But it's it's obviously coming. We just need to be patient.
Yeah. I wonder. I thought they launched it this fall, and I guess maybe they still can. Maybe they could still launch it for November. But I think they're maybe trying to get it situated for when, they have a big 2023 with Redfall and Starfield and all these things. So maybe it launches more next year than it does this fall. But yeah, I definitely understand why people want it. It is kind of sucks. You have multiple systems and multiple people playing in one house, paying for all that stuff. It'd be a lot easier just being on the family plan. But I don't have a need for a family plan. It's just me, nobody else.
Just Rand.
I do game share with my buddy Sam, who's currently right now in New Zealand. He's on vacation for a month. In New Zealand, Jez. For a month. New Zealand. Yeah.
I've always wanted to go to New Zealand, but it's the other side of the world, so it's damn expensive.
I want to go and I want to visit the Shire.
The Shire.
Yeah, that's where they filmed Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, Shire, and everything. I definitely want to do it. Yeah. Danny P says, "What about Perfect Dark? It's from a Santa Monica studio." Yeah, I guess that's a certain possibility. That Crystal Dynamics is definitely a studio that makes those type of experiences. So yeah, I just think like the closest one is for me is probably going to be Hellblade 2. And I think they are targeting a very high Metacritic internally for that game, and it does have a lot to live up to. People are definitely anticipating that, considering how great the first one was, and the first one was made on a $10 million budget with 25 people. So now you're owned by Microsoft. There's way more people working on the game, presumably a much bigger budget. So you gotta step up your game, right?
That's true.
What else we got here? Achievement says, I'm playing the Genesis Mini 2 while listening to y'all guys. Keep up the good work with the weight loss. Try some cucumber water with Tajin. Cucumber water? Oh my god, that's disgusting.
Cucumber water. I actually, we went grocery shopping earlier because buying healthy food and that. And I actually bought 5 cucumbers. Me and my girlfriend bought 5 cucumbers. And I was thinking when we were taking those cucumbers to checkout, are they going to think we've got nefarious ideas for these cucumbers? Because cucumbers are really good for calorie counting. Because there's no calories in a cucumber virtually. It's just all water. But it looks a bit weird bringing 5 large cucumbers to the checkout.
Yeah, it does look weird.
Me?
Yeah, it does.
Just me?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
We got a super chat here from Shroom Kingdom saying 1 through 5 is the initiative. So he's a big fan of the initiative for his favorite studios. And it's interesting reading everybody's favorite studios like Double Fine. Like we have one here from James Moore, Double Fine, 343, Ninja Theory, id. A lot of people listing. Hawkshot says BGS, Obsidian, Coalition Arcane, Ninja Theory. Banana Peel Jack says Obsidian, In Exile, BGS, Playground, Coalition. Shinomori says Coalition, 343 Arcane, Turn 10 Obsidian. So there's a lot of different opinions, a lot of different placements for the studios. And it's always interesting to get everybody else's thoughts on it because quite a lot of people here have 343, which hey, that's your opinion, but I wouldn't include 343. But nobody's stopping you from including it if you're loving Halo Infinite. Don't listen to me. Because I'm not. And I'm not going back to Halo Infinite until the Battle Royale. Because the new winter update's coming in 4 days on November 8th with 2 new maps. Finally, the Forge. although I think it's in beta. The Match XP, 30 free tiers of the Battle Pass. Hey, the co-op is finally coming. So, I'm going to ask you, Jez, are you jumping back into Halo with all these new things with Forge? Are you interested in seeing a lot of these Forge creations? Would you load up the game to check out some of these? Because some of them are actually really, really cool.
Yeah, maybe. The thing about Halo, I'm just really bad at it. Like completely honest. I'm good at Overwatch. I'm good at Call of Duty. Like I can go into Call of Duty and come like first or second every few games, and feel good about it and get like kill streaks. But I don't know why. I'm just really bad at Halo. I need to like maybe watch a video on how to play it. I play too recklessly, play too dangerously. I just I've never been that good at Halo, and I think it's because like I always bring these bad habits from Unreal Tournament with me, maybe because I play Battlefield like Unreal Tournament, I play Call of Duty like Unreal Tournament, I play Overwatch like Unreal Tournament. Because like when I was a teenager, all I did was play Unreal Tournament, and I still to this day bring these habits from Unreal Tournament into shooters I play. But for whatever reason, I can't play Halo like Unreal Tournament. So maybe I just need to learn a bit how to play. Like Cameron Potter in chat said, Halo requires actual skill. Maybe that's what it is, Like these shooters these are the shooters I play a little bit more casual, maybe. I don't know. But it does play well, it feels good to play. It's really satisfying when you do it well. Or you headshot someone or you get the melee in and stuff like that. But yeah, I suck at Halo, man. I need to get good. I need to learn and stuff like that. Like Calorie in chat just said, body shots to get the shield gun and then only HUD shots kill, right? See, I always go for headshots even when the shield's up. Is that what I'm not meant to do? Don't go for headshots with the shield up? Is that just pointless? Am I just a moron? I don't know. See, it's all this kind of stuff. I just don't know. I need to look into it, man. But yeah, I'll give Halo another go. I'll give it another whirl. Maybe Rand, you were saying that you don't play Halo because your friends are too good. Maybe play with me, and then like,
and then we'll have lots of fun.
You can train me.
Yeah,
maybe.
Al Paul says, Jez, you owe me an apology. A few months ago, I told you Embracer was a shell company for Xbox, and you laughed. But I forgive you. Winky emoji.
Well, I think we're gonna discuss that as a topic in a bit. I mean,
yeah,
we could discuss it now. If
we'll talk about it because we still gotta go. There's still a bunch of super chats to get through, and then we gotta talk about what we've been playing. So
cool.
But yes, Jez, are you gonna apologize to this person when he told?
I apologize, but tentatively because I don't think using Embracer as a holding company is actually legal. I don't know about that, but. I think like if Microsoft does end up buying those studios from Embracer, I will definitely apologize to you, and I'll give you a Game Pass code. So hit me up on Twitter DM. If Twitter's even still there, who knows what happens.
Stamp Easta says, "Can Jez please get the hiccups again this week? I nearly crashed my car listening to last week's show. I was laughing so hard. Love the show, guys."
Definitely don't want anyone to crash their car.
Don't want people to hurt themselves over Jez getting hiccups.
Dude, I'm so glad nobody clipped those hiccups, man. Because I was like,
Could you imagine if that was on Twitter?
I'd be cringing. I think nobody shared that, but man, it was so bad. I was trying everything. I drank a load of water. And who was it? Someone said pinch your nose, and that worked.
That was Yura Malice. Yes, I believe it was Yura who said pinch your nose. Maybe he's been through a lot of scenarios where he got hiccups a lot, and it was just like, hey, that's what you need to do. I've actually never heard that. It was always like drink some water or hold your breath. I never heard one where it was like pinch your nose, but it definitely went on for quite some time last week, and it was pretty funny at first. And then
I'm sorry, Rand.
It kept on going and going and going, and I'm like, oh man.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. We have a super chat here from Metal Morbo saying Microsoft should keep a close eye on striking distance. That's the new studio that is working on Callisto Project or Callisto Protocol. Are they owned by Krafton? Because Krafton's publishing that game, but
I think they're independent. But they're just publishing. I think they are. I could be wrong about that. Maybe someone in chat corrects us. But I think they're independent. But I'm not 100% on that at the minute. But they should keep their eye on it. I think they should just keep their eye on Krafton. and one of the topics is today's talking about Wemade, which is a big investment Microsoft made. So we can that's definitely going to be a factor. We'll talk about crafting and striking distance when we get to that topic with regards to Wemade and stuff.
Yes, we have Whittier saying, Jez, does that mean you're Dan Rubino's boss?
No, I'm not Dan Rubino's boss. Dan Rubino has actually also been promoted to the editor.
He's editor. So, he's the EIC, huh?
Yeah, Dan Rubino's the editor-in-chief again. He used to be editor-in-chief, and then someone else was editor-in-chief, and now Dan Rubino's editor-in-chief again. So before he was an executive editor, which is sort of like, kind of like, it's weird, man. Windows Central structure is weird, but no, Dan Rubino's still my boss. He's still the king of Windows Central, and I think me and Dan Rubino will get down with the ship. We'll be at Windows Central when we're old and grey, curmudgeonly, like Paul Thurrott.
Yeah. We have a super chat here from Chuck Norris, who looks like he listened to the Defining Duke podcast episode with me and Cog, who says, just found out Rand was a union electrician. Union pipe fitter wielder here, listening while working. Keep up the good work, bro. Thank you. And because I have when we talk about this Eidos Montreal thing and stuff, I definitely have an aside which might fit in very well with my former employment, which I think is what's going on there. But yeah, we have one here from Keyshawn Thompson, has been a member for 12 months, saying 12 months, let's go. That's a whole year. Thank you for being a member this long. We have RDX Sonafet saying, when is the hiring freeze over? 343 needs more devs. Hiring contractors there now. Gone is the biggest blow to Halo Infinite's content. I don't know, man. I don't know when it's going to be over. It could be over already, or if there's a time frame. I mean, if you look at a lot of the tech stocks recently, a lot of them are down year over year. I believe Microsoft is down 35%, like Google's down 40%, Apple's down. They're all coming back down to earth from their highs of the pandemic, and their stock prices are basically coming back to what they were. So revenue's probably decreasing, and companies need, at least they think they need to tighten their belts, which really means not hiring anybody new. So it might go on for a bit, I guess. And that, I agree with you, that is a problem. The contractor situation was a big problem with Halo in the first place, only having people work there for 18 months and then gone. So yeah, I mean, hopefully it doesn't last much longer. Crazy says, do you think we will ever see an Xbox Series VR? No. I do not think we will see an Xbox Series VR.
No, I don't think so.
I think the only situation we see that is if like VR takes off and is the next big thing, and suddenly it's the thing people want to use. And I still don't think that's going to be the case. And if it is the case, it won't be for a while. Certainly not $550.
No. I saw Mark Zuckerberg or someone at Meta had an interview with, or something with Wall Street Journal. I couldn't read the article because it was paywalled, but the headline was something like, Mark Zuckerberg thinks you'll want to replace your work PC with a Meta Quest Pro. And I was like, hang on a sec. You seriously think businesses are going to replace their $200 Lenovo laptop with a virtual reality headset? I don't know what they're smoking over there, but I want some. I want to try it. Maybe we can have more than hiccups on the show, because they are smoking some seriously strong stuff over at that company right now. Oh well, but I actually think VR has its place in gaming, but that's the only place it has its place. It has no place at work. It has a place in gaming for enthusiasts, but it's never going to be the default. It's never going to be the main way people play. And I think people who think that are just kidding themselves. I really are, but
yes,
I could be wrong. I mean, I remember those articles in the late 90s. Major publications like New York Times and shit publishing articles like the internet's just a passing fad, or in the 80s or whenever. And I don't know if it's the New York Times, just to be frank. I think it might have been the Daily Mail actually. But so there was some famous newspaper that had an article like the internet's just going to be a passing fad, because people couldn't see it, right? So maybe there is like a VR headset that is so lightweight, so powerful, and so unobtrusive that people do want to use it all the time. But we're nowhere near that right now. We're 20 years away from that, I think. So yeah, it's all fun and games, baby.
It's all fun and games. And I totally forgot because I was supposed to say this as part of the housekeeping in the beginning. But YouTube has changed their layout. It separates everything now into regular videos that are uploaded, shorts that people can put out on their channel, and live streams. So I'm always concerned when YouTube makes changes. So for those of you listening iTunes and Spotify, you don't have to worry about this part. But for those of you who listen to this later on YouTube, who maybe can't find the show, the Xbox 2, it'll be on the main page in like the recent uploads. You'll see it. But normally people go to the videos and it would be there. But now, since YouTube separated everything, the Xbox 2 is obviously live, so it would be under the live stream. So if you're listening to this or whatever, and at some point you can't find the show because it's not in the right tab, just remember it's in the live stream tab because this show's live. And I got to repeat this for a bit because I still don't know if this new layout by YouTube is actually going to hurt or it's actually going to help. I'm not sure. So to let people know that the show is under the live stream tab, depending on how you went and view it. Some people watch it right through their subscription page. Some people watch it through the main page on my channel. But I know some people will just click on videos and it's not going to be there. And they think like, what happened to Xbox 2? I guess Rand and Jez don't do the show anymore. You just got to click over to the next one. You can click over to live stream. We have super chat here from Banana Peel saying, Jez, spending his managing editor millions on a Steam Deck. Congrats on the promotion. Any info on the upcoming Xbox PC app update Phil mentioned? Yes, Jez. Phil mentioned that there's a big update coming to the PC. And for him to really mention that, I would imagine it's got to actually be substantial update, not just some whatever. So, like, do you have any idea about what Phil might be hinting about this PC thing?
Did he say that on the iJustine thing?
He said that during the during the Wall Street Journal thing.
Right. They've been iterating on it pretty hard recently, and like I've just pulled it up actually because I'm in the insider program for the app, and they have changed the layout a fair bit. It does feel faster. It's still a bit choppy, It's not super smooth, and part of that's the code base they're using. I think they're using, is it Electron or something? Windows doesn't do Electron that well, but I'm gonna probably do an article about this later, but it still takes a little while to load, but it does seem a lot faster. It's a lot cleaner. So maybe the update he's talking about is already in. It does seem better actually. There's still loads of things about it that bug me. For example, it says like posts shared by friends, but it doesn't give you any way to post your own stuff. So like I can't post anything to the app because it's only showing me posts from Xbox. So if I'm a PC gamer and I'm using the PC Game Pass gaming app, why can't I share anything to it? It's really strange the way some of this stuff is structured, But for Game Pass itself and cloud gaming, it's gotten very good. It's getting a lot better. There's still a lot of work to do, where the mods are, everything's hidden and all that kind of stuff. But it's getting there, and I think they've heard a lot of the feedback and complaints from me, and others, many others. But it's getting there. Although I am seeing right now the featured list is terrible. I don't know where they're pulling that from, but they've got World of Tanks Blitz, which is a mobile game, featured in the PC section, and also World of Warships, which is a free-to-play terrible game, and then Quantum Break, which is a good game, but it's very old, and then I've got Phantom Dust in there. Why are those featured? That's strange to me. There's so many great PC games in the store now. Why are you featuring these weird games? So, there's still a lot of work to do on it, but yeah, hopefully it'll get better quickly soon, because as Satya said in previous in the investor call is PC is a massive growth opportunity for them, and they've got a lot of work to do to capitalize on that. Because PC gamers are very particular about their platforms. They're offering a lot of value with Xbox Game Pass for PC, but the quality ain't where it needs to be right now. So
right. Goldshell lists his top 5 favorite studios. He says Blizzard, Rare, Obsidian, Sega, and Respawn, or maybe just in general, because Sega and Respawn aren't Xbox studios. But Respawn would definitely be up there for me too. Faisal says, "Is it highly that Perfect Dark is no longer a first-person game, but a third-person game now since Eidos is working on it?" Well, Crystal's working on Perfect Dark, and they said that was first person, but have they mentioned that they changed it to third person? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I'm assuming Fable's third person. That's the game that Eidos is supposedly working on. So yeah. Jez, we had a question here from somebody. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, from Carlos. Jez, can you comment on the new leaked video from Kojima's Overdose? The Xbox game?
I haven't seen the video. I did see some of the screenshots. Honestly, I don't know. There's still no hard confirmation that is the Xbox game, or if it's something else. But I don't know anything about it. I just saw the blurry screenshots that you guys all did. I don't have a shred of information about that game. So stay tuned, I guess. Maybe Jeff Grubb will bring us something, because Jeff
Tom
Grubb
Henderson.
Yeah, Jeff Grubb or Tom Henderson. Because
I saw the same screenshots with was it Margot Qualley, who was in Death Stranding. I didn't see if there was any video. I didn't see it, so I don't know what else really to say. It's like the screenshots were blurry. It's like, okay, it's not enough really to form an opinion on. So maybe the fact that the game leaked before it was even revealed, and then now this stuff is leaking, I'm sure we'll find out more information. I wouldn't be surprised if one of his games are revealed at the Game Awards this year, whether it's the Xbox game or if it's the PlayStation game, presumably Death Stranding 2. Metal Morbo says he's excited for the new Valve headset codenamed Deckard. I didn't even know there was a new Valve headset coming. And
Valve's working on a supposedly a Quest competitor, like fully wireless. And I don't know if we're going to talk about the Steam Deck as a separate topic, or shall I just briefly mention it now? I bought a Steam Deck, I mentioned earlier.
Yeah. And you broke my heart. Broke my heart, but go ahead.
Why broke your heart?
It's whatever. You're just a PC nerd now.
Dude, it's blown me away.
I know.
It's blown me away. The hardware quality that Valve have put out with this device has blown me away. I was expecting something cheap feeling and junky and tacky, but it blows the Switch away. Blows it away.
I mean, I think everybody knew it would blow the Switch away. Does it make you think that Xbox needs to create something similar to the Steam Deck now? Now that you've had time with it and you love it so much, and it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. You should see my DMs with Jez. Be like, oh my god, Steam Deck. Oh my god. DMs are basically like that. It'd be like, you need to get one of these. I'm like, why do I need one of these? I don't own any games on Steam. What do I need a Steam Deck for? I don't play things mobile. I don't play things mobile. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
What,
we all know.
What do I need it for, Jez?
You can dock it, man. You can dock it into your TV and use it like a little PC. But anyway, after using the Steam Deck, I almost think like I don't even want Microsoft to make a handheld.
Wow, Steam Deck is so good that nobody else can even compete. Okay.
No, that can compete, but I think I would like to see Microsoft hardcore partner with Valve to support the Steam Deck. You can use PC Game Pass on it. You can install Windows on it. There's also workarounds, and you can boot into a desktop mode, a Linux desktop mode, and use xCloud on it and stuff like that. But there's no native app for it, and there's no native integration between Steam and Xbox Game Pass. I would love to see Microsoft just throw all their weight in supporting Steam. That's what I'd love to see, and I think that's the best. That's the best case scenario. Bald Thanos says, "Can you watch porn on the Steam Deck?" There's a web browser, so yes, you can.
I mean, I'm sure you can. He also says, would I be able to change my Xbox gamer tag to "Who's your daddy now"? I don't know. Maybe like "Who's your daddy" hashtag 6902 or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, yeah. 42069. Who's your daddy? 42069 XXX. I think that'd be fine. Why not? Do it. See what happens.
I mean, I wish I could, join everybody in this excitement for the Steam Deck, but like, I don't own any Steam games, and you're like, oh, we'll just plug it in, but it's like, okay, well, I just play everything on my like Xbox anyway. Like, what? I don't get it. Like, it doesn't really serve a purpose for me. You know, I did bring out my Nintendo Switch out of storage because I thought about maybe playing Bayonetta 3. I haven't even hooked it up. I took it out of storage and it's like on my shelf, not hooked up. And it's like, do I really want to hook up this Nintendo Switch? I kind of do want to play Bayonetta 3 though. And anyways, Jez loves the Steam Deck. I'm sure you'll hear more about it as time goes on. But I want to thank everybody for being here. I know we have over 1,000 people watching, but only 300 likes. So can you please do me and Jez a favor and hit that like button? Plus, we're like 500 subscribers away from 90K, which is incredible. If it was your first time here or whatever, make sure you hit the subscribe button. And we'll be on the way to 90K and then eventually 100K. And who knows, maybe that's when we become truly professional podcasts with video. Because, Jez, recently we did the Xbox Ultimate Show, the Patreon exclusive podcast, and Jez was on camera. Maybe Rand goes on camera too at some point,
Yeah, I think the Xbox 2 Ultimate Patreon show is cool because we can kind of experiment a bit and do weird stuff like live footage and try see where we can put cameras on and stuff like that. But yeah, we're definitely going there. Like I've been tracking the timestamps, Rand, as the show's gone on. It's going well.
Good.
Maybe
good.
the next step, Rand, is getting to record the audio, and we can get the audio.
Oh, they record audio on our own end, like we do for when we do for Defining Duke, and then you upload those. Maybe.
Yeah, and I edit it and stuff. Maybe we can really go super professional with it.
But I want to talk about some of the games I've been playing this week. Because I finished Gotham Knights, Jazz, 50 hours. Not only did I finish it, I actually started New Game Plus. I like Gotham Knights so much. I started a second playthrough to get the final achievement I needed. I don't normally go for all the achievements in a game anymore because I sometimes just can't be asked or can't be arsed or can't be bothered or whatever way you want to say that phrase. But something about Gotham Knights, bro. Every night for like 6 or 7 hours, I would play that game. I would have a great time. I'd be in a party chat with Cold Eastwood, talking about everything. I really enjoyed Gotham Knights. Now, I'm not saying it's a 9 out of 10. I'm not saying it's a 10 out of 10. I'm not even saying it's like an 8.5 out of 10. The highest I'd probably give it is an 8. But it was so much fun. And I feel like they did this game a disservice by having it run at 30 frames. Because I sort of feel like if there was a performance mode that went along with it and the game ran smoothly, I think a lot of people would be much more positive on this game because the game does have performance problems. The game doesn't hold 30 frames when you're going through the city. It drops a lot. So it sucks. Like, it absolutely sucks that's the issue, but it's like the underlining game itself, the combat, the 4 different characters, how they play, the co-op, because I did get to play some co-op. Like, that stuff's a blast. The single player, the story, I thought was really engaging for the most part, outside of a couple things here and there. Some of my cons are like, I didn't really care for the city itself. It didn't really feel like Gotham, especially when you compare it to Arkham City. And the performance problems that the game has in spades. But damn, the game was a lot of fun. Like, even 50 hours in, playing as Red Hood, shooting people, grabbing them, and then like kicking them at people just to shoot them again so they blow up as a mine, or using Robin and his staff to just waylay people in a group, or Nightwing and I don't know. I don't know what else to say other than like I had a great time playing this game. And I wouldn't have played it for as long as I did if I wasn't having fun with it. And I know it was this weird thing, and I'm not sure I've ever experienced it before, where I would post about how much I was liking this game, and people would be coming in my comments and being like, that game sucks, what are you playing that trash? It's odd, because I never go in other people's posts when they are talking about games they enjoy that I don't particularly like, or whenever someone posts about Nintendo, you don't see me go and say Nintendo sucks, because I'm not trying to ruin somebody else's fun, right? And I feel like there's this kind of weird sentiment surrounding Gotham Knights to a certain degree, where if you post that you're liking the game or enjoying it, then people come in there and they have to tell you how you're wrong and how you're actually not enjoying yourself, and that the game's actually bad. I've never experienced that before. Have you?
Yeah, not really.
Not
really.
So,
what? Someone asked what hero you've been playing mainly.
Mainly, so you can use any of the 4, and the XP carries over, so they're all the same level. And then if you have like 10 ability points that unlocked, you can fill. My 2 that I made, the 2 I used the most were Red Hood and Robin. I felt they were the best, and then it would be like Nightwing and Batgirl. But they all have their uses. Someone might like Batgirl plays probably the most like Batman from the Arkham games to me. Nightwing seemed more about like crowd control, but man, there was just something about Red Hood and the ability to switch between using your guns and then your fists on the fly, and Robin being more of the stealth specialist tech expert with his bow stick that kind of felt like your Donatello from the Turtles, doing like crazy moves and stuff. Like, I don't know, it was just fun, man. What can I say? I'm not sure I'd recommend it, because I think it's too expensive. I don't think it's worth $70, even though I got 50 hours out of it. At least me saying like, you should play this, because it's not a next gen title. It has a lot of problems performance wise, so it's probably best for everybody, or best for you, to hold off, wait for a sale, and in waiting, they might patch the performance problems, and maybe you get a 60 frames mode months from now, and I guarantee you the game would be much better received if the game ran at a silky smooth frame rate instead of being barely 30 frames. Plus, there's like a 4-player co-op mode that's coming soon, so yeah.
Is that not in for launch?
Yeah, they didn't get the 4-player co-op mode in for launch, but there's one coming soon. And the other game I played this week, Jez, was the Entropy Center.
How's that?
Actually, surprisingly good. So the Entropy Center is a Portal-like game where, you know how Portal's set up, right? You go into a bunch of rooms and you got to solve a puzzle. I mean, it's set up just like Portal. There's been plenty of imitators ever since Portal's come out. Most of them have not lived up to what Portal did, or Portal 1 and 2. Like, those are master classes in that genre. The Entropy Center does, I think it might come closest to Portal, because the story of why you're solving puzzles is interesting. Basically, the Earth is going through a cataclysm, and you're on the moon in this base, and that you basically can rewind time. You can rewind Earth and then send the data to the people on Earth and tell them what's wrong so they can fix it. And the way that you do that is by you building up this entropy energy with this gun that rewinds objects in time. You can like hold an object and do things with it up to 30 seconds, and then you use the gun to rewind those objects in time. So when you start playing it, and this whole thing is about time manipulation, you are essentially solving these puzzles where you have to work from the solution to the beginning. And it's quite a mind trip to think that way, right? Because normally you're solving a puzzle moving forward. How do I get through this door? How do I get through this? How do I get to the end, right? And the solutions are like, hey, most of them revolve around, this door needs to be open. I need to put a box on this plate, or I need to put a box over on this plate. But the thing is, there might be 2 plates you have to open. One to open up the first door, but then once you go through that door, right, you can't put that box on the next plate that opens up the door behind you to get through the level. But the thing is, to solve that, is you basically start from the end solution where you would put the box on the final button, and then take the box and put it on the first button to open up the closest door. And then when you get through that door, you rewind time so the box goes to where you first placed it on the last button you need to open it up. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it gets a little bit mind-bendy because you got to solve the problems from the back end first. There's legitimate puzzle problems here. And of course, they add a whole bunch of different obstacles, as you go on. But there are puzzles here when I was playing the game where I said to myself, holy shit, how do I solve this? Where I was legit stumped for 20 to 30 minutes at a time. It's like, yeah, some of the puzzles you'll do, you solve them super easily. You'll get through 4 or 5 puzzles like right away. And then there might be like an action segment where the facility's falling down and you rewind the things to get past stuff. And then you'll come to a puzzle and you're just sitting there being like, what do I even need to do here? And it's like very complicated. But then when you solve it, you do get that aha. And you feel very good about yourself. It's one of those few puzzle games where some of these puzzles, you actually get that sense of accomplishment for solving it because it was quite difficult. Or maybe you overthought something and you're like, oh. So I really like the game, the story that it's telling, and the puzzles that you're solving, because as far as I'm aware, there really hasn't been a game like this where you're solving puzzles in this manner and rewinding things through time, because it makes you think differently. It makes you think from the end solution to the beginning and working problems in a different way. It makes you look at the world differently almost. So that's available now on Xbox and PlayStation everywhere for like $25, I want to say, or $22. It's actually quite long. I haven't even finished the game. I think I'm a little bit over halfway, and I put 6 hours in. So it definitely has a lot of content. Of course, your mileage may vary because you might be a genius and you'll be solving these things super fast, so maybe you don't get as much playtime as me, or maybe you're as dumb as I am, or even worse, and it takes you forever to solve some of this stuff. So
someone in chat said it sounds like Braid. Did you get that same kind of feeling as Braid? There were puzzles in Braid where I was like, what?
Yeah, more complicated than Braid. The Braid's a good example, even though Braid's like a 2D platformer, and this is a fully 3D Portal-like game. But I think it's very unique. Like, I know a lot of games have aped the Portal formula, but I've never seen games like where you have to solve problems like this.
Is it on Game Pass?
No, it is not on Game Pass. But I also believe this is the studio's first title, and like if they really did something pretty good here, so it'd be interesting to see what they do for their next title. And it came out of nowhere. I didn't know about this game last week. And they sent me a code, and I was like, all right, I had just finished Gotham Knights, and I'm waiting for God of War Ragnarok, so let me load this up. And I just kept on I'm like, wow, this is actually quite a lot of fun. So I'll try to finish it and report back with like how I feel. But as of right now, 6 hours in, a little bit over halfway. If you're into puzzle games, this is a pretty damn good one. So, yeah. Anything else, Jez, you want to talk about?
With regards to what we've been playing, I think I'll just the only game I've been playing new this week is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer. I never touch Call of Duty campaigns ever. I just don't like the military stuff. But I do like the Call of Duty gameplay style, and I've honestly been really enjoying Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. And the whole crossplay stuff is annoying, and I think that's a topic you had earlier to go into later. But I think I'll just talk about it now because it's part of my thoughts on Call of Duty. So Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, I always dabble with Call of Duty, but like the last few just haven't hit for me. I skipped Modern Warfare Remake. I play Call of Duty Vanguard because I like the World War II setting, but it wasn't really World War II. It was like this time travel World War II bullshit. So it didn't really feel like a true World War II game, like laser dot sights and thermals and all this weird bullshit, that didn't exist back then. So like I didn't really get the World War II fix I wanted to out of that. But I did play it a fair bit, and I still enjoy the Call of Duty back and forth kind of thing, and I really enjoy ground war and stuff. And that's one of the problems. Like if you turn on the crossplay block on Xbox, which does work, by the way, if you go into the settings and privacy or whatever, there's a guide on Windows Central about it. If you search how to block crossplay on Xbox Windows Central, search that on Bing or Google or whatever you use, and you will find a guide for it. And you can block crossplay, and the queues are fine right now because there's a lot of people playing. So I still get instant queues and quick play, but you can't play the big modes like ground war. It locks them out. You have to have crossplay turned on in ground war, and that's arguably like some of the places where PC gamers would have the most advantage, because they're the most sniper-friendly parts of the game and all that kind of stuff. So the crossplay stuff is still really irritating to me in competitive shooters. I don't know why Microsoft pushed this through without putting a toggle in the games, because I don't think most users know that you can turn off crossplay, so they just don't. So there's not enough people in the gameplay pool who are turning off crossplay. So if you do turn off crossplay, yeah, you get pooled with other people who've turned off crossplay. But because most people don't even know crossplay block exists, the pool's really small. So that's something that's been irritating me, especially because if you are playing on crossplay, you're exposed to hackers on PC. There are hackers on PC, and there's less hackers on Xbox. I ain't seen a single hacker on Xbox with crossplay turned on. And when I was playing Call of Duty Vanguard with crossplay turned off, the crossplay block turned off, I should say, I got gameplay clips of dudes with aimbots just mowing everyone down. There's one of the maps in Call of Duty Vanguard is like, there's loads of walls that are easy to penetrate. They're like really thin walls. The dude was just sitting in a corner with an LMG, locking onto everyone, shooting everyone through the walls, and it was just ridiculous. And he's like, "There's enough. I can't play this anymore because I don't want to be exposed to these hackers." I wasn't exposed to hackers in the Xbox 360 era. Before we had all this super high tech to block anti-cheat or whatever. You get hackers very occasionally still on Xbox 360, but that was the whole point of console gaming, is that you don't get these aimbots and stuff. I remember playing Unreal Tournament. Every now and then, you get someone coming in with an aimbot, and they go pick up the sniper rifle and boom headshot, boom headshot, boom headshot constantly. Like man, what was that show? Pure Ownage back in the day. Did you ever watch that?
No.
Pure Ownage. Does anyone in chat watch Pure Ownage? It's like it was like before YouTube. It was like an internet gaming show before YouTube. Canadian, I believe. That's where the whole boom headshot meme comes from. But anyway, slight tangent there. But yeah, I like it mostly. It feels like Call of Duty, and the maps are quite good, and the guns feel good, and all that stuff. It's just the whole crossplay thing kind of bringing it down, and the bugs. There's a lot of bugs. So yeah, and I've been having a blast with it mostly. But yeah, I suppose depends how. It depends how much how invested you are in Call of Duty, because at the end of the day, it is just again another Call of Duty. Plays like every other Call of Duty ever, So yeah, that's Call of Duty. I suppose it's like if you haven't played Call of Duty for a while and you want to come back to it, this might be a good point. If you played last year's Call of Duty or the year before, and you're tired of it, this ain't gonna make you untired of it. But then again, Rand, what did they announce this week with regards to Call of Duty's money?
Oh yeah, I mean, they announced that Modern Warfare 2 is like the biggest Call of Duty ever. 800 million in 3 days, besting the previous, I believe, was Modern Warfare 3, which did something like 700 million 5. And you want to know something? As soon as it switched over to like Friday or whatever it was, PlayStation had a tweet out making sure to tell everybody that it was like the biggest PlayStation game ever. Remember, like you see that tweet immediately?
Yeah, I did see that.
Like right away. Let me see if I have that tweet saved somewhere. Because I was just like, oh, who's PlayStation really tweeting this to? Is this supposed to be the CMA or something? Because it was just like, let me see, where is this? Yeah, my DMs are a mess sometimes, trying to find things. Because it only happened just this past week, right?
Yeah. This past week.
So on Halloween or October 31st. They said, PlayStation said, congratulations to Infinity Ward and Activision on the biggest PlayStation Store launch, and then all caps, ever for a Call of Duty game, including pre-orders and day one sales. So, you know, Jim Ryan's whole thing is Call of Duty is the biggest thing of all time, and we can't live without it, and it's not fair. Right, that Xbox would control it, and they could foreclose on us if they put it in Game Pass for free and sell it here for $70. And the offer was inadequate from Phil and all this sort of stuff. So yeah, they put it on social media that was the biggest Call of Duty ever, and like Activision's PR is being like 800 million in 3 days. I mean, does that play more into is that more of a plus in Sony's side of the argument? And more of a negative for Microsoft? Does that more prove Sony's point about just how important Call of Duty is? Jez, what do you think?
Sorry, can you repeat the last?
Does that just prove more of a point to what Jim and Sony are saying to these regulators about how important Call of Duty is? And is that a plus for their side of the argument, or negative for Microsoft's?
It could be seen as a plus, like one of the reasons Activision's share price has been dropping in recent years is because their monthly active users have been dropping, and Tencent's platform with Riot Games, League of Legends, blah blah blah, they've been growing, whereas Activision has been declining, and and this year you have to assume Activision's monthly active users have to be going back up. If Call of Duty is one of the hottest selling games of the year, if not the hottest selling game,
and Overwatch 2, don't forget.
Overwatch 2 went free to play, and
25 million in 3 days or whatever it was, right?
Yeah. And since Diablo Immortal launched in June, I think, was it June or May? I want to say June or May. Someone in chat might know. But since Diablo Immortal launched, it's turned over. I saw this headline this week. It's turned over $300 million in revenue. So even though Diablo Immortal is the most greedy game I've ever played in my life, a lot of people love it. They love the demonic casino that it is, and it makes a lot of money. So you have to assume that Activision is going to have a very strong year in terms of reporting to shareholders. But at the same time, we got a lot of macroeconomic headwinds right now, so maybe not. We just have to wait and see. And also, they got World of Warcraft Dragonflight launching in a couple of weeks.
Nobody cares.
You'd be surprised. I bet you they will have similar headlines to World of Warcraft Dragonflight is the biggest expansion launch for however many years. Because they have what they've done is they have brought back a lot of the nostalgic systems from back in the day. They brought back the talent trees, which every game uses now. One of World of Warcraft's most influential things on gaming is the talent tree. I don't think they invented it. There was other games that had talent trees. I remember like back in the day, even Knights of the Old Republic kind of had a sort of linear talent tree, but the whole idea of a talent tree where it's going down the page and you branch off into different branches and stuff. World of Warcraft definitely popularized that with the little square icons. Every game started using that, and they've brought it back. They've completely changed every class, and they've revamped the UI completely, so it almost looks like a new game. And I think like Dragonflight's you'll see similar headlines. They'll be saying Dragonflight's going to be the biggest expansion launch for a long time. I really believe that. And then you got Diablo 4 launching next year, which is going to be massive.
When do you expect Diablo 4 to launch?
Oh, I actually know Diablo 4's launch date.
You do know Diablo 4's launch date,
but I can't tell you.
What do you mean you can't tell me? Or you can't tell the listeners? You can tell me.
I don't know. Can I tell you? I don't know. Sometimes maybe you spill things to Colt or some of the other dudes.
Colt doesn't give a flying crap about Diablo 4's release date.
Colt will love Diablo 4.
No, he won't. Cole played Diablo 3 and thought it was awful. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's old. Colt's going to be all over Diablo 4. I know he will.
No, he won't.
If anyone sends this to Colt, I guarantee you, Colt is going to adore Diablo 4. I bet you $20.
But no, I mean, do you honestly know the release date of, or at least what they're planning on right now, when they plan to release? So
yes, I do, and I can't tell you. Sorry.
Yes, you can.
I cannot. But I will tell you, you're probably going to find out very soon anyway.
Well, I mean, I believe it leaked that they're going to reveal that at the Game Awards.
Oh, did it leak? Okay.
I'm pretty sure it leaked as like a thing. Well, so is it coming sooner rather than later? Is it coming in the first 6 months of next year?
Shall I just leak it? Blizzard hate me anyway.
Well, hold on. I guess they will. I mean, in my mind, I've always thought April was the release. Like in my mind, like Diablo would release in April.
You're in that kind of ballpark.
In the kind of ballpark. So March, April, May, I guess.
Yeah. About that. Yeah.
Well, because you see, what else you got? You got Zelda, the new Zelda game, Twilight of whatever the hell it's called. Kingdom of Tears or Tears of the Kingdom or something.
Isn't it Twilight Princess?
No, that was like the Wii U game, Twilight Princess. That's like May 13th. You know, nationals. There's like a 5/5/22 is like National Space Day, I think, or something.
5/5/20. Why?
No, I'm just saying like the date, like 5, or maybe it's 5/3/22. It's like national. So I've seen people talk about the National Space Day. I think is it National Space Day? Yes, National Space Day is May 5th, 2023. And I've seen people float that as a potential release date of Starfield. How would you feel about that? Does that kind of fit into like, you know, National Space Day 5/3? What is?
I'm just gonna put this out there. I've been hearing some wild rumors about Starfield's launch day.
Oh, really?
I'm not gonna repeat them because they are wild.
Like,
but if
wild, bad wild, like give us
wild,
good wild, like sooner than people think. Or I ain't gonna go into any details on this because they are so wild. I don't want to put that out there. But if something wild happens with Starfield's launch date, you'll know that you heard it here first. But I honestly I don't believe it right now, to be honest. But if something wild did happen with it, I don't know what you mean by wild. What could be wild about it?
You'll find out. You'll know if something wild happens with Starfield's launch date. You'll find out. Yeah, and you'll be like, oh my god.
Chat, what would you consider like? So
I'm not. What's the word? I'm not elaborating any more on that, Rand. Sorry.
Well, you're gonna get Sloth because Sloth is gonna be like, just says something wild going on about Starfield's release date.
Sloth, don't sloth me on that because that is a rumor I don't believe. But if something wild happens, then I'll be like, oh, Jez's gut was wrong, you know. But I don't believe it. I don't think it's true. But who knows, man? Who knows in these crazy streets? Who knows?
Damn, I want to hear. So, okay, after the show, I'm gonna have to ask you about these Starfield rumors and the release date of Diablo 4.
Yeah, I don't know. No slothings on this, please, because I don't think it's anything.
Bro, he's gonna sloth. That's what he does.
I don't know, man.
All right. Jay Primo's been a member for 28 months. Says, "What's up, Rand and Jez? Just saying hello. Hope you're having a great day, Jay Primo, and enjoying the show. Thank you for being a member for 28 months." We have a super chat here from PandaMan77 says, "The Steam Deck 2 podcast. Wouldn't that be something if I got a Steam Deck to go along with Jez and we just talked about the games we're playing on our Steam Deck? That'd be interesting, wouldn't it?" Paul says, "Give Jez some alcohol so he can leak us the date." Right? But now he's on a diet now, so now he can't have the calories from all that alcohol. So,
dude, I had no idea how many calories were in rum. I thought rum was like, okay, it's hard liquor, so it's going to be like vodka. But apparently, rum is full of sugar. So, yeah.
We have super chat here from Drawn TJ. It says, crazy next year, test drive Unlimited Solar Crown and Forza Motorsport, possibly Hellblade 2, Starfield, and Redfall, and more. 2023 is a packed year. And he also says, hey guys, everyone hit that like button for this amazing podcast. Thank you, Drawn TJ, for your support. And yes, indeed, please, if you're enjoying the show, make sure you do us a big favor. Hit that like button. It's free. It's just the bottom of the thing. It doesn't cost you any money. Just click it, like or dislike. Even though it doesn't show dislikes anymore, I still see them on my end when I go into the analytics. I still see the dislikes, but do us a favor, hit that like button. And let me see if I got any more here. People are saying that Carlos says Matt Booty just had an interview. Starfield is end of 2023, or it doesn't say anything more than that. And Shroom Kingdom says, wild, is Starfield on Switch 5 frames per second? I don't know. So I guess 5
frames per second is the Series S version.
I guess Matt Booty was on
he was on
Skill Up's podcast, right?
He was, yeah. Yeah.
Did we get any information from that yet? Because I haven't looked at that podcast yet. Because I woke up and I immediately started putting this together. I'm gonna see. I'll go to Clobril and I'll go to Idle Sauce, seeing if there any of the bite-sized news came out from this. I guess Matt said about In Exile, he said that we had all our studio heads together at In Exile, showed a vertical slice of their next game, and everyone was kind of blown away. If there was a measure of the coolness of what you create as a ratio to how many people are working on it, that studio has to win a prize. That's a very interesting quote. He also said about State of Decay 3, or about Undead Labs, he says, we want State of Decay 3 to compete visually. You've always talked about this, right, Jez? About the visual.
Yes.
He said the team is really focused on animation, the interactivity between the player and the environment. Some of the things the Coalition is working on for their project directly applies to that, so there is a lot of sharing. That's interesting. I don't know if there's any more. I saw Clobril tweet that, so I'm going to scroll through Idle Sloth's thing. I'll see if Idle Sloth, because he always kind of posts snippets of stuff, but he tweets so much. Matt Booty talks about Playground Games and how they're a great choice for Fable. He says they have a great technology base, a passion for the IP, and they have a dedicated commitment to craft and quality. And he says Matt talks about the initiative changes, that there have been less about leadership issues and more about building a studio. Crystal Dynamics is in co-development on Perfect Dark, and Microsoft Flight Sim, Minecraft Dungeons and Legends, and Age of Empires 4 have all been co-devved. So there's some information, I guess, have come out from it. I haven't watched the interview, so I don't really know everything myself just yet. I'll have to watch it after the show. So, we had another announcement this week for another game releasing early next year, coming to Game Pass, and that's Atomic Heart, Jez, coming February 21st, 2023. Are you excited for Atomic Heart?
I haven't watched that. I actually haven't watched that trailer yet. I just seen stills of it, and it looks amazing. So Atomic Heart looks like it's going to be a big deal, and that's a Game Pass day one, right?
Yes, Game Pass day one, published by Focus. It was originally, I think, self-published, and then Focus picked it up. So that's coming on February 21st, and then you have like Wolong coming on March 3rd, which also is Game Pass. Redfall's probably somewhere in February, March, considering it seems like they're ramping up the marketing. Ghostwire Tokyo, which apparently, I don't know if you saw that little thing where there's like a Ghostwire Tokyo mural at Bethesda's offices with the Xbox Series X and S as a platform, which, judging from Deathloop, we should expect Ghostwire Tokyo to hit Xbox sometime in March. So the beginning of the year is definitely packed. Reprobate79 in the Super Chat says, I know I'm late to the party, but will the podcast now be called The Jez Trending on Twitter Show and his sidekick Rand? I think so. Jez Trending on Twitter and his sidekick Rand.
That was wild.
Yeah, that I wasn't really a fan of this trailer. They kind of like sped up a lot of it, where it was like going super fast, and I couldn't really get a good feel for the game. But they've put out like a combat trailer before, which definitely was like, oh man, like that definitely is really, really cool. This one I didn't really see a lot of people talking about, so I'm gonna get your take on it. Microsoft investing in Wemade, Jez.
Yeah, that is an intriguing one. So Wemade, I'd never heard of them, but I'd actually heard of the games they put out. They're the developers of an old school MMO called The Legend of Mir. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Okay.
But Legend of Mir is actually really big. It's like an isometric MMO. Sort of it's just a really big game, but it's a very big game in Korea, you know. So the fact that Microsoft has invested in them is very intriguing because we haven't really seen this strategy from them before, and this is Tencent strategy. You know, this is Tencent strategy where they sort of, you know, they get a cut of games that are growing with the monthly active users, and this again points to the fact that Activision Blizzard is all about Tencent at the end of the day. It's all about Tencent and making sure they've got a good basis of monthly active user bases to compete with Tencent, and which is funny, you know, because Microsoft's also working with Tencent. Someone asked me earlier if the Riot Games Xbox Game Pass deal is still going through. I've actually looked into that, and apologies, I can't remember exactly who asked me that because it's been such a chaotic week. But you'll be happy to know that I did find out the deal between Xbox Game Pass and Riot is still going through. It's just being worked on at the minute. So yeah, Wemade. It's interesting because I think this is a signal of things to come. I think like rather than go through the sort of like these big acquisition rounds where it's like we're gonna try and acquire every Activision Blizzard in the world, what they might do is do investment so they can lock those games at least to Xbox and keep them multi-platform, stop them going exclusive and stuff like that. I could see Microsoft dropping investment in some other, you know, major studios to sort of start greasing the wheels and sort of creating some leverage around some of these concessions that Sony often has developers make, you know, because if Microsoft's investing in the company and they're like a part owner, if they take like a share of the company, they'll have more clout to be like, well, you know, don't make this DLC exclusive to PlayStation and stuff like that. So I think it's a good strategy, and I always see more of it from, because obviously it's not going to be subject to regulators. It's not going to be subject to really public annoying back and forth between the companies and stuff like that, you know. So yeah, I'm all for it, and you know, I think we're going to see a lot more of it. I don't know if you have any thoughts on it, because I'm pretty sure you would have heard of
I mean, it's weird. I saw that come across on Twitter the other day, and I'm like, who's Wemade? And it was like, oh, a blockchain company, and it's like NFT stuff, and I was just kind of like, I'm like, yeah, is this really like a gaming investment, or not just like somebody else at Microsoft? Like, I do think Microsoft needs to do more of this. Sony's been doing a lot of it recently, investing in, you know, they invested a little bit in Discord, they invested a little bit in Epic Games, they invested, you know, in From Software. Xbox typically hasn't really done that. So when I saw this, I was like, oh, so they're doing sort of the Tencent thing, but it was like a South Korean company Wemade, and I was just like, I've never heard of them. But I mean, Phil's talked about this idea of like investing in studios that you know, not necessarily that nobody's heard of, but in areas that they don't really have a lot of that there's not really their strongholds potentially. Because like Phil's talked about, maybe like the next big game comes from a developer in India or a developer in some of these other countries, and it's important to be in the ground floor helping there. So maybe this is kind of the first of many where, you know, because we talked last week about the article from Reuters that talked about how Xbox is really kind of focused on China, right? And they're trying to, like, because they got essentially burned on Genshin Impact, and how they're looking for the next team in China that could create something big. So Xbox is really focused there. This could be like maybe the first of many of these sort of investments in smaller studios or places out there that maybe Xbox sorts of feels could bear fruit down the road. It's just odd because it was just like, I've never heard of the studio, and there's a part of me that's like, blockchain gaming, ugh, you're right. Like, it's just like, really? You know, and I know they also do like PC mobile stuff, but I mean, who knows what the future. So do you think this is like the kind of the first of many of these sort of investments where they don't buy the studio, but they start investing in studios more?
Yeah, I think like every time you see like an indie game that sort of has like, you know, a game that blows up, sort of like games like Among Us or Rocket League and stuff, I think we're going to see Microsoft doing more aggressive investments in those companies because you know, it'll stop Genshin Impact happening again, because Genshin Impact not being on Xbox has been a big problem, and you know, but Xbox has had wins in this space because they got Roblox. Roblox is on Xbox. They were in there early, and I believe Microsoft is an investor in the Roblox company as well. So Microsoft hasn't been completely fail on that front, you know, but they've obviously seen what Tencent's doing, and it's obviously proven very lucrative for Tencent. A lot of the investments Tencent have made have been led to games growing, which means that Tencent gets a return on their investment. And you know, if those studios ever sell up or whatever, you know, or want to get out of the game and they want to sell their IP, you know, Tencent's already got a foot in the door, right? So Microsoft wants to do a bit more of that, and I think it's a good thing. It shows that Microsoft's being aggressive. It shows that Microsoft wants to compete with Sony head on. It shows that Microsoft's very serious about mobile, and you know, and they're just super serious about gaming. You know, all this stuff back in the Terry Myerson era, in the sort of, you know, in the Windows 10 era, when, you know, we had Xbox One failing and suffering. A lot of us were wondering, like, are they just gonna knock it? Are they just gonna, you know, knock it all down, and they're just gonna give up and they're gonna write it off and stuff like that? Because that's always been a question mark over Xbox. It's always been a question mark. There was all these tech articles, and there was this activist investors who were like, you should spin off Xbox, you should sell it, you know. But all those discussions are gone now. They're all gone, and we know from the 72 billion purchase of Activision that Microsoft is serious about it, and it's going to be a really exciting future. And you know, I'm super excited to be covering all this stuff, because there's just so much cool stuff on the horizon. ClickHome44 says it is pronounced like Reuters. Yeah, so
Reuters?
Again,
I say it wrong. Reuters? It's Reuters?
Yeah,
okay.
I say router, right? But Americans say Reuter, I think, or router. No, Whatever. You say router, right? What do you say? What do you say? I say router. What do you say?
I mean, for router, that to me that's like router, but I don't know. Whatever.
I've heard Americans say router. Sorry, guys, I just need to reboot my router.
Router.
Anyway, moving on. Should we?
Yeah.
You got a super chat.
Yeah. Face is dropped super chat, and he wants to know, what's up, Rand? Are you surprised that God of War Ragnarok got the same Metacritic score as God of War in 2018? No, I'm not. I was talking to people that were playing it, and I got the sense that it was going to score very close to the first game. So, you know, 95, 94. So I'm not shocked. You'll tend to find this is how things play out, is that you'll get a new game in a franchise, it'll score high, but then the sequel comes in and scores maybe lower, right? That's just sort of the way things happen, because other games come and maybe adopt the same formula, or similar games are played and people sort of play those, and then they're like, oh, well, this isn't as fresh as much, which is how you end up in situations where a game, like everybody says God of War Ragnarok is better in every way than the original, but somehow scores exactly the same. It's sort of a little bit of jadedness, I think, creeps into reviewers as well. And when you look at like the 360 gen and how they were handing out 90s like candy, if you go back and look, nowadays it's very, 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 very difficult to get a 90. Most games score in the 80s. Well, I don't know about most, but the 90s are reserved for like the few and far betweens, right? Not that many get that score anymore. Where it used to be, a lot of games got it. So I think it's more like the format of these games haven't really changed too much since the 360 era. We're still kind of playing derivative versions of franchises that started then, and they haven't evolved too much. So a lot of reviewers would be like, "Oh, I've played this game," right? And there might be a sense of like something like Hellblade 2 when that comes out on Xbox. There might be people who would be like, "Oh, it's too much like Hellblade 1," and even though Hellblade 2, I suspect just like God of War Ragnarok, will be better in every way than Hellblade 1, there might be some reviewers like, "Oh, but Hellblade 1 was fresh. It was a new experience," right? Like God of War 2018 was a brand new experience, and God of War Ragnarok, even though it's better, right? Maybe has a better story or it looks better. To some, that experience isn't as fresh as it could be, so they don't rate it as high. There's some of those things that go along with it, right? But I do think reviewers are a little bit harsher, much more harsher, like now than they used to be. Because like everything used to get 90s. It was like, 90 to 91, 92, 93s, 94s,
Part of this is a social media era of like and dislike. So there's like on YouTube, there's no like 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10. You can only rate a YouTube video on like or dislike. So like you've seen some outlets like I believe Eurogamer, they've gone towards recommended or not recommended, which is like and dislike, right? But other sites they use this scale because I think Metacritic only allows you to use. You have to use a score system that's decimalized. So and also Google likes you to use a review score that's decimalized as well. So a lot of sites still stick to the review score for SEO reasons, and because like if one site's using a review score and another site isn't, then you're not competing well on SEO. And SEO is God. We all work for Google, really. So and I think like in the social media age, when everyone's starting to get used to, I either love it or hate it. Everything's so binary now. Everything's so like such a dichotomy over everything. You either love it or you hate it. There's no nuance. There's no in between. There's no intelligent discussion. It's like this sucks or this is amazing. So I think like some reviewers have like they've headed off in that direction too, where it's like something's decent enough, then it's a 9 out of 10, and if something's not good, then it's like going to be a 2 out of 10. But so I think there is some sort of pushback, and there is some sort of more like, let's admit that a 6 out of 10 game can actually be pretty good. Let's admit that a 7 out of 10 game actually ain't that bad. And maybe even like a 5 out of 10 game, because 5 is supposed to mean average, but we don't treat it like that in review scores. When have you ever seen a review score and saw 5 means that's an average game? It doesn't. 5 means it's shit.
Yeah.
5 means the game is terrible. So what you're gonna do?
It's because the review scale is basically 9 to 7 at this point.
Yeah,
if it's not into that rank, and even a lot of people are like 7s, ooh, right? It's basically a game's only good if it's a 9 or an 8, right?
Yeah, and reviewers like they reflect the audience, because that if people are saying like 7 means it's bad, then a reviewer is gonna give it a 9 out of 10 instead, even if it doesn't deserve a 9 out of 10, because they think, well, everyone will say a 7 out of 10 means it sucks, because every site does review scores differently as well. Like I wish we could just on Windows Central do what Eurogamer does, which is like recommended or not recommended, and it might be something I'll look at doing. But anyway. Yeah, that's I suppose that's the world we live in now.
And you have indeed been slothed.
Great.
Says not only that, but Idle Sloth misspelled your name. He called you Jez Cordian, Coredn, so he didn't even spell your last name right. He says Jez Corden says he knows Diablo 4 release date. It will be announced soon. It was hinted that it would be at the Game Awards with the potential release date between March and May next year. And then he goes on to say Starfield release date may be, quote, wild, winky face. with the timestamp to the show. So, yeah, he misspelled your name, and then when you told him not to include the thing with Starfield, he included it, bro. He just didn't listen. He didn't listen to Jez.
Ah, great. Well, I said I don't think it's true. So, yeah. I'm going to have to reply to him now during the show.
Can't believe he spelled your name wrong. Dead Planet says Callisto on Game Pass would have been a nice end to a bad year. It would have been, but they have their deal with PlayStation. So PlayStation has like exclusive pre-order stuff or whatever. So we know Sony's marketing deals don't allow games to be on Game Pass. So there is that. EA Jez has announced that they have a bunch of Marvel games in development. What do you think about that?
I think they're crazy. I think they're crazy.
You think they're crazy?
Because look. Okay, so EA pulled it round a bit with Jedi Fallen Order, and maybe Vince, who's running the show now, maybe he's going to do a good job with Star Wars. But look at how much drama EA brought to the Star Wars brand with the pay-to-win mechanics in Battlefront 2. And I'm just thinking, like, do you really want to go down this route again with Marvel? Are we gonna get BioWare forced to make a Marvel live service game?
Well, they're not.
Square Enix.
But they're not. So here's the thing. EA's deal with Marvel covers at least three new action-adventure games based on Marvel properties for console and PC. Each of these games will be their own original story set in the Marvel universe. The first of these games is a single-player, third-person Iron Man game from Motive Studios, which is doing the remake of Dead Space. I believe Jeff Grubb said the second game is supposed to be like a Black Panther game. I think he mentioned the studio, but I'm not sure exactly what studio it was, or it's like a new studio. And the third game hasn't been decided what it is, and hasn't been decided what studio it's going to be. But EA said that the new Marvel deal says it's incredibly important to grow the user base. And they've said we've seen great success in our past, and we expect no different for the future of Marvel. We considered adding licensed IP as a pretty significant engagement model to our overall community as we grow. And we considered this licensed IP an incredible important component of expanding, diversifying, and casting our net wired to bring new players in. And Jez, that is something I've always said that Xbox should consider for Game Pass, about the idea of, how these Marvel properties or Star Wars properties reach a whole set of people that you normally wouldn't. And, EA's sort of been saying what I've been saying, like, if you want to grow, get bigger, diversify and all that stuff, maybe you sort of got to do licensed content. And it definitely seems that, anybody can get a deal with Marvel because they're doing with lots of people. Lucasfilm is out there really doing a lot of deals. So,
I think we're increasingly seeing collaboration between IPs, the video game industry, and also streaming platforms. Like the fact that the Edge Runners TV show was actually good, absolutely blew up Cyberpunk. It gave Cyberpunk the resurgence that the game needed. And I think it is so lucky that they had that as a backup plan for fixing the game. It's and now that it's relatively polished, and it's a lot of people discovering it for the first time thanks to the huge platform that is Netflix and the virality that comes with that. Now, if you do a similar sort of thing and you make a Marvel game and you tie that to a Disney Plus show, maybe, and then you blow up that in another way, then yeah, it's the kind of thing that you need to make Game Pass known to, what do we call them, Rand?
Normies.
That's how you make Game Pass known to the normies, is that you tie it to some massive platform that, is just everywhere. Like your Netflix, tie it to a massive platform that is Marvel, tie it to a massive platform that is Star Wars. But you have to do it at the launch point, You have to do it when the hype is hot. Because if you do it a year later, it's kind of like, well, that's just like a bonus or a perk or a benefit, at that point. And most people who are really invested in it have already played it, and that you're only really capturing the Xbox Game Pass audience with that deal, which is, fine. But like if you do it at launch, which you've argued for, that's going to be big deal. And I think, when we get Diablo 4 launching straight into Game Pass, and we get Call of Duty launching straight into Game Pass.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch, Jez.
Yeah, don't count them before we hatch. But like if that does happen, then that's the situation we'll be in there as well, So yeah. Are you interested in Marvel EA games?
Yeah, you know what? An Iron Man game could be really cool. Here's the problem with this is I don't want these I guess there's the risk for Marvel in that they partner with so many people and that the games end up not being good, right? Because we've been through situations where we've played Marvel games or even DC games that were awful. Like there's plenty of Spider-Man games on previous generations that were bad, right? There's an Iron Man game on the 360 that was bad. There's a Green Lantern game on the 360 that was bad. There's a Thor game on the 360 that was bad. A lot of those earlier superhero games from generations past were not very good. And I definitely don't want to return to that. Spider-Man from Insomniac and PlayStation set the bar really high because it's a great game. And people rightly so have wanted more characters from that universe. Like, why isn't there a Black Panther game? Iron Man seems like a perfect fit for how popular it is. Like, you could build these sort of things. So it's like, okay, we're doing an Iron Man game from Motive Studios. Now they're handling the Dead Space remake, and it looks really interesting. But can they make their own spin on Iron Man in their own project? Who knows? Maybe it doesn't turn out well. So you got to be cautious with this because you don't want a return of mediocre superhero games. But if it does give us a chance of here's a great Black Panther game, here's a great Iron Man game, here's a great. I even think didn't they just reveal that there's a Black Panther Captain America game? Like if that's good from the Amy Hennig team, that's going on. Like why shouldn't Xbox get involved and be like, hey, if one of the teams comes in and wants to work on a Hulk game or an X-Men game or something along those lines, right? There's plenty of teams and plenty of stories that you could tell that could expand the reach for Game Pass and Xbox in general. Sony's doing Wolverine and Spider-Man. You don't get much bigger than that. But that's just me. But you got to be careful about the quality of these titles. So I'm personally excited for an Iron Man game. I would imagine they could just call up BioWare and be like, hey, can you give us the flying mechanic from Anthem? And we could start from there. Because, how many people did say Anthem was kind of like an Iron Man game to begin with, the way you flew around everywhere, right?
Yep.
So yeah, there's a whole bunch there.
They've got a lot of tech that can. They've got a lot of tech and code that can port over that'll work with a game like that. So
I just saw this on Twitter, where from Shinobi, friend Shinobi, he says Lionsgate is interested in pursuing a AAA John Wick game. Quote, "We have been fielding proposals. We certainly are interested in moving that forward, but I don't want to say anything more about this at that time," said the CEO.
Oh God, who should make that?
Who?
Remedy.
Remedy could make a good John Wick game.
Remedy should make the John Wick game.
Friend of the show, Neo GameSpark, saying he thinks Machine Games could make a great John Wick, or the Max Payne 3 team at Rockstar.
Yeah, that's
could
true
make an amazing John Wick. I even thought John Wick, with what the Initiative and Crystal Dynamics are doing with Perfect Dark, wouldn't that kind of fit into a John Wickian vibe almost?
John Wickian,
right? Fast-paced takedown. It's kind of like Joanna Dark in a way, because they talked about using parkour for some of that stuff. The Coalition, because even in my mind, like Coalition's working on Gears, but like, what if he's like, hey, what if you work on a Punisher game, but instead like a John Wick game, you know, really graphically impressive shooter, Unreal Engine 5, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I want a John Wick game. I don't know about you guys, but more Keanu Reeves the better. And John Wick, you could definitely pull off some amazing stuff in a John Wick game.
Hell yeah.
Let us see what others we got. Oh, Cliffy B, Jez, he did an interview with Ryan McCaffrey. And he basically said Epic sold Gears because they didn't know what to do with the franchise, and the only person that called him was Phil Spencer, because Phil Spencer's a gentleman and a scholar. So
yeah, like it sort of slipped out of Epic Games' remit, kind of. I think Epic Games had a period where they just didn't know what to do. They were like in this sort of like they made Fortnite Save the World. Well, they called it Fortnite Save the World now, but Fortnite was originally this weird base building game where you build a base, and it was like 3D tower defense basically. You make a base, and then zombies come, and you kill the zombies, blah 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 blah. And it was okay, but it was very strange, and it wasn't going to take off. So they pivoted hard into PUBG's territory, and then they blew up. And then they were like, "Oh, okay, we're a service game company now." Because before then, they'd also tried to reboot Unreal Tournament. They made like an Unreal Tournament. It was like an Unreal Tournament '99 remake, kind of, but it just didn't feel as good as the original. It was almost like just a tech demo from Unreal Engine. So I think there was just this period where Epic Games was just like, "Well, what the hell do we do?" You know? And I think like a game like Gears doesn't make as much sense for a publisher these days as it does for a platform holder. So like a game like Gears potentially doesn't make as much recurring revenue or evergreen revenue at least back then. Like I think like the next Gears will have a battle pass and it'll have a free to play multiplayer. I reckon that's not a leak. I just believe that after seeing like over the way it's gone with Overwatch and the way it's gone with Halo Infinite, you have to assume Gears of War multiplayer, the next one will probably be a free to play component. Well, the campaign will be the paid aspect, and there'll be a battle pass and stuff like that. But like back then, a lot of these mechanics and systems hadn't really been envisioned, so it's not a surprise that Epic Games didn't know what to do with it. And for Phil, it was kind of like well, we need more games for our platform, and Gears is associated with Xbox. So it just makes total and complete sense. So I'm glad that Phil came in and saved them, because honestly, the Coalition is one of the best studios in terms of graphical reproduction out there. There are a few studios that can leverage Unreal like the Coalition. Even Epic Games themselves, they make really pretty tech demos, but they haven't made really that many photorealistic games using their own engine, because it's just not what they're about anymore. So the Coalition is like an amazing get, not just on the tech side. Well, obviously they converted Black Tusk Studios to the Coalition, and then they gave Gears of War franchise to the Coalition, right? But a lot of the people who worked on Gears of War came across from Epic Games to join the Coalition. So it was kind of like they got the IP, but they also acquired a lot of the talent as well. They got a lot of the technical expertise, and they got a lot of the DNA that's sort of from the Gears of War team to bring that across. I remember when I played Gears of War 3 on the 360 towards the end of the gen, and I was blown away by the visuals. I remember being blown away and thinking, how is the 360 capable of this? Because if you go back and compare like some of the stuff they do with Gears of War 3 on the visual side to like the games we got at the start of the 360 gen, like Dead Rising 1, for example, it's a very different world. Like some of I remember this. There was this. I think there's a dream sequence where Marcus Phoenix is going through somewhere, and there's like all these house bricks sort of making these weird patterns and stuff. I remember being really impressed by all the shadows and lighting in that. And Halo 4 as well, actually. I know it's not Unreal Engine, but Halo 4 really impressed me with its visuals back then as well. But I'm glad that happened, and I'm interested to read Cliffy B's book. Cliffy B seems like a cool dude. I kind of, you know what? I want Microsoft to give Cliffy B some money and let him make a game. Would you be into that, man?
Really? You want him to work at Xbox and make a game?
Yeah, I want him to make a game. I want him to come back to. I want him to give him some money and make a game.
Well, I mean, he could have put Lawbreakers on Xbox, but he decided not to. So whatever.
Yeah, Lawbreakers was kind of doomed from the outset, But I want to see. I want Cliffy B. I want to see what Cliffy B. I want Cliffy B back. I want him to make more games. I think screw it. Let's bring Cliffy B back and put him on Gears.
Put him on Gears. Are you saying the coalition's not good enough? Currently is. They need Cliffy B's vision.
I just like Cliffy B, man. I like.
I will say what he did say about the recent Gears, I think rings true. He didn't like the choice at the end of Gears 5.
No spoilers.
No spoilers, but I also felt exactly how he felt, where it's like, really, you're punting on that because now you're gonna have like a screwed up narrative. It's like, why not like make the? It's like they didn't want to fully commit to doing the right thing. And it was like, you do your own. It's just, yeah.
Well, dude, not committing is the underlying story of Gears 5. To be honest, Gears 5 was all about the undercommitment. We got open world, but it wasn't really open world. We got extra abilities with like a upgrade system, but it wasn't really extra abilities with an upgrade system. It was very linear. We also got like RPG choices. One of them, and it didn't feel very good. So it was almost like they wanted to go more into the in Mass Effect territory. Honestly, that's kind of what it feels like to me. Because playing Gears of War 5, and I did love it overall. And the ending, I thought the ending of Gears 5 was very impactful personally. But it kind of felt like they'd played Mass Effect 3 as an infiltrator. And Jack is kind of like the drone you get in Mass Effect 3 or Mass Effect 2, He can do a lot of the same abilities. And like the flash grenade and stuff like that's an ability that one of the DLC characters gets in Mass Effect 2. Or is it Mass Effect 3? I think it's both. But it felt like it was all about exploring new mechanics but not fully committing to them. And I think like they will take some of those experiments and they'll double down on what worked and maybe scrap what didn't. Maybe they'll think like, maybe the choice didn't work. Maybe we're not the right kind of studio to make a branching narrative game. And, I'm hoping that they'll carry that choice forward, because you have to assume, Rand, that the choice you make in Gears 5, which I'm not going to spoil, I'm assuming that will save to your Microsoft account and you'll be able to carry that choice forward.
Probably.
So it's like they dip their toes in it. And like Thanos said, it's like they didn't want to fully dip their toes in. Fan bases don't like change. The Gears of War audience is a bit like the Halo audience in that any minor change to the formula gets aggressively debated, especially when it comes to multiplayer. And I do get the sense that, the coalition stretched themselves a bit thin. I thought escape mode in Gears was an interesting experiment, but didn't land very well. I hated what they did to Horde mode. I hated that they made it so we had to move around the map. I really liked the gameplay of turtling up, making a little base, and just mowing down tons of mobs. But they made it so like you had to move around the map and move your whole base with you, and it was just like, oh, this ain't what I want out of Horde mode. So I dropped off that so damn quick. But yeah, I'm hopeful that a lot of the Gears 5 was all about experimenting. They experimented in the campaign, they experimented with escape mode, they experimented with Horde mode. It almost felt like an experimentation, feedback gathering exercise. And hopefully they'll take those learnings and make something more focused with Gears of War 6. And I think that's why they've been so quiet, I'm super excited, man. I'm super excited for Gears of War as a franchise. And I can't wait to see it. I'm anxious to see it, man.
All right, we got one here from Jacqueline Branch. I'm sure it's going to be a doozy. He says, it's time, guys.
It's Joaquin.
Joaquin, whatever. I say it how I want to say it, right? And he doesn't deserve an actual, real 100% pronunciation of his first name. He says,
so rude.
It's time, guys. Will Crystal and Eidos come to Xbox? Love you too, and hope the penile enhancement surgery goes well. Jez, is there something you want to tell us?
Yeah, we won't go down that route. Thank you very much.
That route.
But yeah, Crystal and Eidos coming to Netflix.
Netflix? Excuse me?
I wrote that down in the timestamp for some reason. Because I'm still tracking the timestamps, and I wrote down the timestamp. Will Crystal and Eidos come to Netflix? I don't know why I wrote that. But anyway, will Crystal and Eidos come to... Well, dude, Netflix has been acquiring studios left, right, and center.
They acquired another one. I think they have like 6 studios now.
Maybe Netflix will acquire Crystal and Eidos. Maybe I just predicted the future with my typo.
Well,
Can you imagine?
What if Netflix acquires CD Projekt Red? I mean, you just saw how they'd replace Henry Cavill in The Witcher with Liam Hemsworth, right?
Oh man, that is
a
painful.
massive downgrade.
That is painful. I feel bad calling it downgrade because I want to give actors and creative people the benefit of the doubt, but
bro, that is a massive downgrade. They go from Henry Cavill to Liam Hemsworth. Come on,
everyone said that about Pattinson, and he was really good. So he's got to know the weight that's on his shoulders. Henry Cavill was an example of perfect casting for Geralt of Rivia. An example of perfect casting. So he's got to realize that he's got to work cut out for him. But I don't know. That's a whole nother chat on the side. Anyway, we can switch topic now. I guess.
Yeah. So we need to talk about this Eidos thing. So this comes to us from Jason Schreier, who just scooping things up out of nowhere. Jez.
Scoop him.
He put out an article on Bloomberg, but essentially his report was that. So we know a few months ago, everybody was shocked to their core when Embracer bought Square Enix's Western Studios. They bought Crystal Dynamics, which was working with Xbox on Perfect Dark, as well as a new Tomb Raider, I believe. They also got Eidos Montreal, who had just put out Guardians of the Galaxy, and Square Enix Montreal. And a lot of people were shocked for a couple of reasons, because everybody sort of felt Xbox was going to buy them because they had the relationship with Crystal Dynamics, and it was just like, we all expect Xbox to buy them. But the ABK deal was going on, and maybe it's one of those things where like Xbox decided, all right, we're all in on ABK, so that means, we say goodbye to potentially owning these other studios because, yeah, I mean, you would want ABK over these other ones for sure. But also because of the price. They bought them from Square Enix for $300 million and got all the IPs. They got Tomb Raider, they got Deus Ex, they got Legacy of Kain, they got the studios, all for a paltry $300 million. Everybody was wondering, like, why so cheap? Why so low? Was nobody else bidding on these? Why wasn't Sony involved? Right? And people were like, all right, well, whatever, But Jason put out some info that basically Embracer has shut down one of the 3 studios already. So Square Enix Montreal changed its name to Anima 3 weeks ago, but now Embracer has shut them down, and that some of the staff will move over to Eidos Montreal, and that Eidos canceled an unannounced game, and that Eidos is working with Xbox on games like Fable. And Jason goes on to say, Eidos Montreal, which remains intact, canceled the Stranger Things-inspired Kids on Bikes game that was rumored recently. They're now working on 1, a new IP, which is recently rescoped, 2, a new Deus Ex, which is very, very early, and 3, co-dev partnerships, plural, with Xbox, including Fable. So now you had 2 of the 3. So now you had 2 of the 3 studios working on Xbox games. Now only 2 of the 2 because one of the studios was closed down. So this has led to a rise in a conspiracy theory, from Everborn Saga to King David to Slow-Mo talking about how not just them, but other people. Like the question here, Joaquin, Joaquin, hopefully his.
I'm gonna train your ass to say that properly, man.
Basically, that Embracer's doing a solid for Xbox. That what really is going on here is that Phil Spencer called them up and was like, "Listen, we got to deal with the heat. We can't make any moves. So can you just hold on to these studios for a little bit until we get the heat off of us, and then we'll take them off your hands and give you a little extra money for your troubles." And then, Perfect Dark, Crystal Dynamics, Eidos Montreal, they would essentially become first party studios. That's kind of the conspiracy theory. And it's an interesting one. Very interesting. Now that we know both Crystal Dynamics and Eidos are working on Xbox games as co-devs or support studios, how are you feeling about this one? Because you did tweet something, right? What did you tweet about this, Jez?
I honestly can't remember.
What do you mean you can't remember? Do you tweet so much where you don't remember what you say? So I'm gonna look through your tweets.
This week has been a damn blur, mate. You're asking me to remember what I tweeted this week? I don't even remember what happened 2 hours ago. Well, we podcasted 2 hours ago. But yeah, dude, I think there's a legal aspect to this, and maybe Hogue Law knows more about it. Maybe you put out a video addressing the conspiracy theory, but maybe.
All right, here's what you said, Jez. You said this on November 1st. You said Embracer has both Crystal Dynamics and Eidos working on Xbox IP in partnership with Microsoft. Personally, I suspect the partnership will extend to future games beyond Perfect Dark and Fable in one form or another.
Yeah. So, what are you getting at by framing it that way?
Well, I'm just saying, espouse. Twitter's 280 characters. Now you can explain what you mean. What does it mean how they're going to work in partnership with them in one form or another?
Well,
what does that mean, Jez?
Or another, maybe providing assets, maybe helping with mocap, maybe helping develop levels, maybe even like Microsoft outsources IP. Maybe Eidos makes the next Perfect Dark or something. The initiative goes off and makes something else. Maybe the initiative makes a Mechasol reboot or something. I don't know. But that's sort of like what I was. That's sort of what I was getting at. I honestly don't know if the conspiracy theory people are suggesting, where Microsoft goes to Embracer Group and is like, "Can you buy these studios so we can buy them from you later?" I don't know if that's legal. Is that legal?
I don't know.
Do that? I mean, I can see like Microsoft. I can see Microsoft like enjoying the partnership between the initiative and Crystal Dynamics so much that they're like, yeah, we have to buy them. And maybe Embracer Group was like smelled that was going to happen. I was like, let's lowball this as much as possible, and then we'll be like, hey, Microsoft, do you want to buy these guys? Give us 600 million. And then Embracer Group's doubled their money because they're an investment group, right? At the end of the day, Embracer Group is an investment group, and presumably their mentality is, well, if we can get a return on investment, because potentially the initiative and Crystal Dynamics is probably worth more to Microsoft than it is to Embracer Group right now. So I would think maybe that could happen. And Silt in chat says it amounts to collusion. So like, yeah, I don't think Microsoft would have been in a legal position to instigate that. But like David Rodriguez says, Embracer could flip them, like a house flipper. Did you watch The Watcher on Netflix?
No, I did not. I have not watched that.
The Watcher on Netflix is all about a crazy house flipper, who sells people houses and then without getting into it too much, but it's like creepy things happen, and then it's like, oh, is the estate agent making all this up to try and get people to move out of the house so she can flip the house for a profit, kind of thing. Maybe that's what Embracer Group's doing here. Maybe Embracer Group's the nefarious super clever investment group, and the beer baron says Embracer like, all right, Phil, that'll be 10 billion. So,
or it's like if you believe that, did Embracer have to call up Phil and be like, hey, your deal's taking a little bit too long for this COD thing to go through, the ABK thing going through. We gotta close one of these studios, Phil. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with us closing Square Enix Montreal, because it's costing us way too much money, and we thought the ABK deal was gonna go through faster. So I know, because it's I understand why people think and be like, all right, well, this definitely means, there's a possibility Xbox just buys them from Embracer. So essentially, Embracer is just a house flipper, right? They just got in when the house was just built, or the condo, and now Embracer goes in there and they puts the furniture down, they lay down the floors, they put some sofas in there, some chairs, some tables, some TVs. They're in cheap because nobody else was bidding for these studios. So like, all right, we got you $300 million to Square, and then they're thinking, yeah, you know what, we can flip this for Cool Billy to Microsoft, right?
Cool Billy,
a Cool Billy to Microsoft, or whatever it would be.
Is that what what you call a billion in the Millionaires Club? That you're in?
Yes.
Cool Billy.
Yes. So I think it's here's the thing. I sort of feel Embracer kind of bit off more than they can chew with this acquisition in a way, because it's quite odd that they purchased them and then shut down one of the studios 3 weeks after that studio changes its name, right? So they get it. They shut one of the studios down. Eidos Montreal also cancels one of its projects. To me, that sort of says like, we don't have the budget for it. And here's what I really think is going on. As much as I would love Xbox to essentially own Crystal Dynamics and Eidos Montreal, I think Xbox is probably perfectly okay with doing these sort of things because it's a lot cheaper to just hire out than it is to own. And I don't really think Embracer is against the idea of these studios working for Xbox in the way that I think people think that they're against it. Like, why don't you work on your own things, right? That's some of what I hear. Like, why aren't they working for Embracer stuff? But here's the thing you got to keep in mind is we just saw Embracer or Deep Silver release the new Saints Row after like 5 years in development, and it doesn't look like it's going to meet its sales figures or targets. So they just spent 5 years funding the studio not to get anything back, right? Now you've taken on some expensive-ass studios. Crystal Dynamics is an expensive studio to run, and the reason Square Enix were selling them in the first place is because those studios cost a shit ton, and they weren't making any money on the games that they were making. Marvel Avengers didn't make money, and neither did Guardians of the Galaxy. So they're like, we need to sell. And Embracer's like, we're buying. So Embracer buys. But then you look at it, it's like, well, maybe this is too much. So you cancel or you shut down one of the studios. So you're clearing the books. You cancel one of Eidos' projects. And you also essentially allow Xbox to hire them out. So you have Crystal Dynamics and one of those teams working on Perfect Dark, so Xbox is paying for that. Now you have Xbox paying Eidos, and the way Jason Schreier described it in the article was that it's co-dev partnerships implying more than one, right? So it could very well be where Embracer's like, man, to run these studios is going to be a lot, and I don't know if we can, but Xbox is willing to basically pay for some of these studios, which we don't have to come up with the plan for Crystal Dynamics and that team to work on something and fund ourselves. Xbox can do it. And Embracer might just be perfectly okay with Crystal Dynamics making Perfect Dark, and then perfectly okay with them making Perfect Dark 2. And they may be perfectly okay with Eidos Montreal working on Fable and then working on something else, because it means that they don't have to fund a project that they're going to release themselves and not make or potentially lose a lot of money on. I look at it like this, and I kind of gave this analogy on defining Duke. I was a union electrician for a bunch of years, and I worked for a smaller company. Right? You have small companies, you have large companies. And I worked for a company that had about maybe 60 employees, let's say. And let's say it was Dick's. I worked for Dick's, right?
Dick's?
Dick's Electric.
Wait, what?
I worked for Dick's Electric, right?
Did you really?
No, I didn't really. I'm not going to tell you the company I worked for, but let's just say it was Dick's Electric. There was
why Dick's?
Why not? Why not?
Yeah, you don't want to mix Dick's and electricity, mate.
Either way, the whole point is that, so say there was 60 of us, and our boss had jobs lined up for like spring, summer, and early fall, right? Plenty of jobs to do. But when it gets to winter in Chicago, the jobs run dry. Not a lot of work, except for the huge electric companies that are doing the big construction jobs, the big building construction jobs across Chicago. Not a lot for the small companies. So what would end up happening is, okay, now you don't get any work, so you're sitting at home not making money, or you essentially get laid off. You get laid off, and then you got to go to the union hall, sign the book, and then eventually they'll find you a new job when your number's called. Now, this was also illegal, but it happened anyways. So what would happen is, so you have the small company, and they have 60 employees. And these employees have been with this company for a while, and they want to make sure everybody's making money. They don't want to lay anybody off. So they're like, damn it. We only have jobs for the winter for 30 of you out of the 60. So what they do is they would go to Bob's Electric. And Bob's Electric is a massive electric company, and they got so many jobs, right? They got so many jobs going on.
Dude, wait. Can't it be Butts Electric?
Whatever. Butts Electric. Sure. All right.
Thank you.
So it's Butts Electric. They have so many jobs going on, and so the guy from Dick's Electric's like, listen, I need a place for these 30 employees of mine. I don't want to lay them off. I don't want them sitting at home. You need the workers. You need the help because you have these multiple projects. You don't want to take a chance on taking on an unemployed union electrician because it's risky. They may suck. You might just have to get another one. So how about we come to an arrangement? You take on my 30 employees. I'll pay them, but then you pay me. They're working during the holidays. They don't need to sit at home. They don't need to get laid off. It's a win-win for everybody. And those sort of things happened. So that's kind of a situation how I feel this whole Embracer thing's going on here, is that Microsoft is in need of support studios and help building these AAA games. And Embracer isn't willing to spend the money to fund all these projects that Eidos Montreal and Crystal want to do. Like, they just shut down one of the studios and they just canceled one of the projects. So what do? You let some of those people from those studios go work for Microsoft. Microsoft funds them. You don't need to worry about it, and it's all good. So I think it's a very similar situation to that, which, you know. Do you get the analogy? Does it make sense?
So what if Dick's Electric wanted to screw over Butts Electric?
Okay.
Right. And then it'd be like, Dick was fucking Butts Electric.
Jesus Christ, Jez. You aren't drunk. Maybe I'd accept that if you were drunk. But it's not even that. Even the 30 people who now are loaned out, because that's what it was called. It was called being loaned out. They would get their checks. Okay. We would get paid every week on a Wednesday. They would get their checks, even though they're currently on a project working for Butts Electric, right? The big company. Their checks would still come in from Dick's Electric. It's just that Butts Electric was now paying Dick's Electric the money. And then they would still get... Yeah, so, I mean, I think that's exactly what's going on here, really. Is that Embracer doesn't have the money or the wherewithal to support both of these studios, And they're perfectly fine with both of those studios working co-deving for Xbox, because it's a project that they don't have to fund themselves, that essentially could fail and lose a bunch of money on.
So in this scenario, which is Dick's Electric and which is Butts Electric?
Dick's Electric is the smaller one, and Butts Electric is the bigger one.
You're saying Dick's Electric is kind of small, but Butts is bigger.
Yeah, that's what Dick's. I said. Dick's is the big one that has a lot of projects going on around the city of Chicago. Dick's is a very small, very focused company.
Very, very sharp and erect company, but small and.
I don't know. I think I explained it. I think I explained it very well. People are saying, "Can you tell the story again?" I explained it very well.
Honestly, I wasn't paying attention. Can you explain it again?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus. Achievement says, why...
I get it.
Why didn't Xbox announce a partnership with Eidos like they did with Crystal Dynamics? Because I think Crystal Dynamics is doing the lion's share of the work on the game, where Playground Games is the dev on Playground. I think Eidos Montreal is just helping. I don't think it's a co-dev partnership, or at least in the same vein Crystal Dynamics is on, right? Which is why it wasn't announced like that. Because Initiative is what, 70 people, 50 people? There's no way they're making Perfect Dark. They were always going to hire another studio to make that game, and it was Crystal Dynamics. Playground is making Fable. But when you look at all the AAA games right now, you watch the credits, you know, there's like 10 studios working on a lot of these games. Like, how many studios worked on Halo Infinite? It's like,
dude, when I booted up Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, it was like there's like 5 screens of studios. It's like this studio, that studio. I've never even heard of that studio. Where do all these studios come from? Like, how many people worked on this damn game? It's crazy.
I mean, I get maybe people look at this and they're confused by. They're not confused by multiple studios working on a project, because I think everybody knows that's normal now. But Eidos Montreal and Crystal Dynamics are big prestige AAA studios, yes?
Yes.
So I think a lot of people are confused about that. About why is Eidos Montreal a big AAA studio with a history? Why are they being relegated to basically co-dev or help on Fable and others? I think that's really the part that people are confused on. Because normally people are like, oh, like some small studios here and there helping. Nobody bats an eye about that. But like Eidos Montreal is a huge studio. And I sort of just think it's Embracer is just hedging its bets. It's probably more beneficial for them financially to have Microsoft pay Eidos for their help on multiple things, while at the time they're building. Because you think about it right now, Eidos is probably, they're not close on anything, right? If what Jason's reporting is true, one of their projects got recently rescoped. They're super very, very early on Deus Ex. They probably don't have a game ready to ship anytime soon, and it's not like back catalog sales of any of their previous games are high. So they're probably not anywhere close to releasing a game and actually making any money. So you can sort of alleviate that by getting paid by Xbox to work on some of these titles, and Embracer might just be like perfectly okay with that.
Yeah.
True. So and I agree with you. I think they could work on multiple Xbox games. In fact, I think there's a possibility that maybe they do their own actual Xbox game down the road, and Embracer just might be perfectly okay with that too.
Yeah, maybe.
So I know the conspiracy theory. I get it. I love myself a good conspiracy theory. You know, them just holding these studios for Xbox and then giving it to them later and stuff. I personally would love to see Crystal Dynamics and Eidos join first party by Xbox.
That'd be cool.
I'm just kind of going the way I just sort of feel like it's just Embracer just hedging their bets and being like, no. None of these studios are actually close to releasing something. We need a whole bunch of money. These studios are expensive. Xbox can take care of it for a bit. And yeah. I just really don't see a scenario where next year, after ABK goes through, Xbox also announces, by the way, we acquired Perfect Dark and Eidos Montreal for $800 million.
No, I don't.
You know what I mean? I would love to be wrong, because I would like for them to join first party. But I also sort of think that they're just going to continue to work on Xbox games. And you could see, here's Perfect Dark 2 coming, and Crystal Dynamics signed another contract with them because Embracer's just like, whatever. That's money coming in that we don't have to worry about fully funding you and releasing a game that's not going to sell, and then we got to shut them down. Because they just shut somebody down. They shut somebody down they did just purchased.
Yeah.
So, I know that's not super sexy.
In this business.
We have a super chat here from Travis Hilarious. Says, cheers. Call of Duty XP slows down a lot after daily challenges are done. Thanks for the podcast. Well, thank you for listening, and thank you for the support. Man, maybe I should have used different names for my electric companies. No dicks and no butt, huh?
Wait. That was a metaphor?
That was a metaphor. I didn't work for Dick's Electric.
You didn't?
I didn't. No. It was just the name I used.
Oh man, I'm disappointed now. I can't even remember what the analogy was for. I was just so happy about Dicks and Butts Electric, to be honest.
Yeah.
So what was the company called that you work for? Or you're not allowed to say?
I'm telling you.
Oh no.
I'm not gonna tell you.
You don't trust me, bro?
You won't even tell me what's going on with this wild Starfield rumor and the release date for Diablo.
Maybe I'll tell you after the show.
I'll tell you after the show who I work for then.
Okay. So it wasn't Dicks or Butts Electric.
No, that was just names I made just so I could say whatever. Either way, whatever. Enough. Phil Spencer. Phil Spencer talked about the future of Xbox and talked about how it's been a while since they haven't had a game. He talked about new hardware, and let me see if I can get the quotes here for you guys. Basically, he said, longer term, we're all in. We're thinking about new hardware, so keep this in mind, Jez. We're thinking about new hardware. We're thinking about new styles of games, new partnerships, new first-party things that we can go do. We're also spending more time thinking about mobile and what do we mean for mobile players, because we don't really mean anything for mobile players right now. And it's just an exciting time. And then he went on to say that they're talking to their first-party studios. They're giving a lot of feedback as we're looking right now at future platform stuff and what we might be doing, and getting those creators telling us what they wish they could do, as we have ideas about things we might want to try to do next, and how we might incorporate that either into the silicon work we're doing, the hardware work that we're doing, or the service work we're doing. We test it with our first-party teams, but it starts with asking them what you're thinking about doing next. Mm-hmm. So, is Phil talking about the next generation of consoles here? Is he talking about, potential handheld devices? Is he talking about, what's he talking about here, Jez? The future?
He's talking about the future. I mean, people, there's a lot of expectation that we're going to get mid-gen upgrades, and we're probably already coming towards that cycle now, because, we've got NVIDIA, we've got AMD announcing new graphics cards this year. And the performance data has grown even more, and because these consoles are now on x86 architecture, there's almost a sort of impetus. It's kind of like, well, why don't we do a next gen upgrade? Because it's not like back in the day, a mid gen upgrade, because it's not like back in the day necessarily where things would have to be, if you change the architecture of the console, you'd screw everything up, right? But nowadays, it's well, I can just slot in some extra bits and stuff, and without, make backwards compatibility really easy. And then developers can go in and they use that overhead if they fancy it, So I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm just saying it's easier than it used to be, I guess. So I suppose you want to ask in chat, really. Are people ready ready for a next gen upgrade already. I don't know.
I mean,
do you
think mid-gen upgrades are on their way? Because for a while there in the beginning, you thought Xbox wouldn't do a mid-gen upgrade, like a more powerful Series X, but recently it seemed that you're more on that as a thing that might happen later on.
Did you just call me a moron?
No, more on that side, not moron. I would never call you a moron.
Oh, bless you.
So I'm just saying, at the beginning of this gen, you were like, mid-gen upgrades, no. But I think more recently you've come around to the idea of there actually being like a mid-gen upgrade, yes?
Yeah, possibly. I think it started to make a bit more sense. I could be completely wrong. Predicting some of this stuff is hard, but I will say I have seen there are new code names in places where I should be able to see new code names.
New code names. We know what that means.
One of them looked a bit like a test for a new graphics thingy.
Ooh.
So if they're testing new hardware with code names and stuff, of course they are, right? I mean, it's not a leak. I mean, of course they're testing it, but it's like
Phil just said, talking about like new hardware and what teams would want and things like that, right?
Yeah. I saw a code name that like had a beta tag at the end of it.
It
was kind of like we're testing this, whatever, And I thought that was really interesting. And so yeah, it's got to be something. It's got to be something in the pipeline. Is it for this? Is it for near term? Is it a couple of years? How long does this stuff take to make? But they'll have to be looking at it, and maybe the leaks will start happening sooner rather than later. So that's really what we're interested in, right? Because we know these ain't coming for a couple of years, but maybe the information will start coming out before a couple of years, right? If someone was so inclined to share that information with me.
Well, I mean, Phil goes with the whole gambit. He's like, new hardware, new styles of games, new partnerships, new first-party things that we can go do, right? That encompasses what?
One of the things that they noticed, or rather, our buddy Brad, was it Brad? Someone noticed that Mike's. Oh no, it was Walking Cat. Okay, so Walking Cat, our notorious Twitter leakster who leaks a lot of it leaks a lot of Windows and Microsofty kind of stuff. One of the things he noticed that Microsoft has in testing an NFT store.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's like it might never come out. It might have just been part of a hackathon or something like that, or like they're testing stuff. But he found out that indeed that they do have an NFT store in the works or whatever. So that's something to watch out for, in the near term. Dude, I'm making some fan art.
Really?
I'm making fan art right now as we speak.
Oh my god. Achievement in Super Chat says, I was an iron worker and we were called erectors.
Love it.
So
I'm so mature. I am so mature. Do you think I'm mature, Rand?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a mature kind of guy.
Phil also said that they lose a bunch of money on the Xboxes, upwards of $100 to $200, Jez.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
But how
do
they lose? I mean, so what are they doing differently than PlayStation? Because PlayStation said that the regular PlayStation 5 was essentially breaking even or slightly making money. So how is PlayStation building a system and breaking even now where Xbox is losing their shirt? What's going on?
It's probably a combination of macroeconomic headwinds. I love saying that word.
Oh my jeez. So a bunch of just nothing. Thank you for not answering that. A bunch of macroeconomic stuff, which encompasses so many different things you don't even know, and it's just like whatever. It's a catch-all term that means nothing.
Wow, you don't like macroeconomic headwinds. I've heard that word a lot this week in meetings. But yeah, macroeconomic headwinds. So maybe something to do with supply chains and inflation making costs more difficult and stuff like that. Sort of the entire environment we're in right now. I mean, I know from the company I work in that our costs have gone crazy. That just sort of it's things like the cost of heating your buildings is exponentially increased, and to the point where some of our companies actually, they actually shut down over the summer to save money. Or that's not the official line, but that's what I suspect happened. So all of this stuff is contributing to the price increase, and Microsoft actually did increase the price of the Xbox this week. Did you see this?
In India, right?
In India, yeah. So they increased the price of the Xbox in India, which potentially signals that it could happen. Could happen. Could happen with our countries as well. Well, maybe not America, because America, is the important country. The rest of us are just sort of, trucking along in our little countries, and we all have to bow down to the great America, right? That's how it works, right, Rand? That's how it works, right?
Yes.
But it's yeah, that's ultimately why I think that he's talking about the costs have gone up, because I don't think they planned for it that way when this all happened and this all started. But yeah, I suppose it is what it is, right?
I suppose so. See what else we got here. Phil also talked about this year, and he says one thing we definitely heard loud and clear is it's been too long since we shipped what people would say is a big first-party game. We can have our excuses with COVID and other things, but in the end, I know people invest in our platform and they want to have great games. We're excited about 2023, and we've talked about games that are coming. Those games are tracking well. We're out of what COVID did to the production schedule. But I look at 2023, and there's a great lineup of games coming that I'm excited about. Getting our first real Xbox first-party games out of Bethesda, having them ship with Starfield and Redfall will be a lot of fun. So, What do you think about Phil saying here? Just, hey, next year is going to be pretty great. What COVID did to the production schedule is over.
Next year is going to be lit. Is that
bruh?
Lit?
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, he says that we can have our excuses, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really jive with people. Like, because all people really care about is the games you release, and they don't really care about the excuses that you have.
Yeah, that's true. I think it's good that Phil's acknowledged it, and he doesn't gloss over it, because that's obviously a big talking point, especially on our show and other places and other shows and stuff like that. It's also like one of the big criticisms in the media and on other podcasts, and it's also always a talking point for the haters, which makes Xbox fans nervous, and they're like, "Come on, do something to fix this." So good to him be honest and admit that there is a sort of issue, but it's sort of like, so prove it. Yeah. Prove that you're going to deliver. He says we're out of the COVID cycle now, and that they're all firing on all cylinders. Well, next year is the year to prove it. Your Starfield, your Redfall. Let's see all the proof that we've been waiting for. Let's see it all laid out on the table, and we'll all be good and happy about it. But what do you think? Do you think 2023 will be the year we finally have to stop waiting and stop saying stop waiting, and we have to stop kicking the can down the road?
I mean, yeah, I hope so, because the excuses from Xbox would be starting to wear pretty fucking thin at that point. 2024, 4 years into the gen, halfway over, maybe you're about to come out with the next an upgrade, and it's like, hey, buy this new system, but we barely even done anything with first party. Yeah, that's why it's important next year. That's why I think a lot of people are very curious about what's coming in the second half of the year. Are they front loading the first half and then are going to be left with nothing for the second, or they actually have stuff scheduled for the second half of the year? Right? Because if you can nail all the things that you're currently doing and then add a few other games on top of it, you're probably looking at the best Xbox first year ever, right?
Yes. You want to think that,
Yeah, which I'd rather be positive than be like a Debbie Downer and being like, oh, 'cause they're never going to do it. It's going to, something's whatever. But it's just like, yeah, at some point, you acquired these studios in 2018. Granted, a lot of them had multi-platform obligations they had to meet, but games got to come out at some point. constantly going on interviews and saying next year is going to be pretty amazing and I'm excited for it runs thin when like the year comes and then things get pushed to the next year, and you know you can only run those that so many times before people just call you out on your bullshit, you know.
Yep.
So yeah, but that's pretty much what Phil's been talking about, because he talked about like Call of Duty never leaving PlayStation, how they're gonna ship it on PlayStation as long as the PlayStation is shipped. So it's like, yeah. PSVR 2. This will be like the last thing. So people get your questions ready, because eventually we'll be taking your questions. But Sony announced the release date, the PSVR, which I believe is in February. I want to say either the 15th or the 21st or something. It's coming. They also showed off a bunch of games, but the main talking point is the price point, because it's like $550 and like $600, and that's in the U.S. So in Canada and Australia, it's a lot more expensive. The tech in it seems pretty good. It is wired, unfortunately, but you sort of knew it was going to be really expensive, considering Sony just raised the price of their consoles, and Meta raised the price of Quest 2. So you sort of felt like Sony was going to go high with the price point, which they did. Here's a not so hot take. I think PSVR 2 is going to perform very similar to PSVR 1. And it's just going to kind of sit in that niche category where PlayStation sort of talks about it in the beginning and then eventually doesn't talk about it at all. It'll be like pretty much every single PlayStation accessory that they've put out, where they kind of hype it up in the beginning and then nobody really buys it outside of the super hardcore, and it just languishes and doesn't sell to a wider audience, because, I mean, you're entering a recession, right? Everybody's counting their bills to see if they can make ends meet. You just also announced that you lost 2 million subscribers in your subscription service. And now you're about to release a product that's more expensive than the PlayStation itself, the PlayStation 5 itself, for $550, $600, I think, comes with the charging station. So I feel like for something that you're trying to get as to be like the next mass market thing, or it's way too expensive. And PSVR 1, I think, launched at $400 on a much larger user base at the time, and barely was bought by anybody. Granted, the tech was pretty bad in it. So now you're coming at a time where the user base of the PS5 is small, but now the cost of the thing is way higher. So yeah, I think it's gonna basically live a life very similar to the PSVR and the PSP and the PS Vita and the Move and all those other accessories that Sony likes to trot out, hype up, and then only the super hardcore buy and nobody else does, and then it just dies. I think that's the future of PlayStation VR 2.
I don't share your opinion.
Okay.
I think, like, first of all, I agree with you that I don't think it's going to perform super well in this economy. It's going to be incredibly expensive, and people ain't going to be for it. And I think, like, it's going to be sort of like a PS Vita scenario where the hardcore get one to play the spin-offs and stuff like that, but it doesn't really get the support it needs from developers to really take off. And also coupled with the fact that, you know, if they can't make a handheld work, which is nice and comfortable to use, the PS Vita was excellent, by the way. They wanna try and get people to strap something on their face, which is really heavy, and it's something that I've always pushed back against, is this idea that anyone's going to want to do that for any length of time. The fact of the matter is nobody wants to do that. So, like, whereas, like, you can sit in front of a TV for 12 hours spending money and being advertised to, you put a VR headset on for half an hour. Most people don't have the constitution to sit in VR for longer than 30 minutes to an hour, which is not good for attach rates. It's terrible. The business model ain't there today. And that's the key differentiator between how I feel about VR and how you feel about VR. Because I think it is worth Sony investing in this ecosystem, because I do think there will be a day when Sony or Meta or Steam comes along, makes a headset that's comfortable enough, light enough, immersive enough, and affordable enough that it isn't a pain to use, that it isn't completely obliterating your wallet, and it actually is fun to use. And I think that is something that could definitely be possible in the future. So if you are going to eventually get there, you need to have this sort of teething period where it's like, okay, we're gonna build up our dev tools, we're gonna build up this, we're gonna build up that, try and experiment and take on learning. It's an investment for the future. Like Jason B said, it's damn good for getting a workout. Yeah, I actually have a Meta Quest. It's like the family Meta Quest, and we use it for Beat Saber. It's a great workout. It's brilliant for fitness. And I think they should go in more in that aspect of it rather than anything else right now. But that's another discussion entirely. So I don't think Sony's wrong to invest in this stuff, because honestly, Sony's one of the front runners making this actually a good gaming platform. Meta is not doing that well at making it a good gaming platform. They're marketing it terribly. They're showing us these wooden demos with GameCube level graphics and expecting people to be excited about that. Whereas Sony will come in and they'll be like, here's a Horizon spin-off, here's a whatever spin-off, using their massive IP to generate interest in this platform, which is something Meta can't do. They can't do it. Nobody cares about any of the games that are on the Meta Quest. I think the biggest game on Meta Quest was like Resident Evil VR. And that's because the Resident Evil brand is huge, but that's the only brand, There's not really that many games on the Meta Quest that really have that sort of footprint. But Sony can fix that with their IP. We don't even have Half-Life Alyx. Isn't even on the Meta Quest, to my knowledge, unless you plug it in and use Steam VR to connect it up with a very expensive cable. Shout out to Lord Cognito for helping me get one of those. Because I ain't paying 80 quid for a fucking cable. Well, it's Facebook smoking, man. Oh, I've said that twice this show, I think. But anyway, so yeah, I think Sony's right. I think Sony's right to invest in the space, and I want to believe that either Steam or Sony or Meta will figure this stuff out, and it will actually be good and not an exploitative hellscape, which I think what Meta wants to do. I'd rather it was Sony. I would rather it was Sony.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't invest in it. I'm saying at that price point, with the fact that you also need a PS5 to use it, Sony has a long history of accessories that have not done well. And I sort of feel that this one will just be another notch in their accessory belt of something they hype up, they release. The super hardcore buy it, but nobody else because it's priced wrong or too high, or they have something like the Vita with their proprietary memory cards, or whatever what the problem was, and that's it. And it doesn't take off. That's at least my take on it. Am I interested in getting one? Yeah. I mean, if Half-Life Alyx is on there, which they sure could have used that announcement if they actually have it coming to really drown out the noise of that expensive-ass price. But they didn't. So we'll see. We'll see how round 2 for PSVR 2 goes. And with that, I think we're going to take some questions. So if you got any questions for us, make sure you put them in chat. Make sure you @ me so I can see them. I want to thank everyone for being here. We had well over 1,000 people tuning in to hear about Dick's Electric and Butts Electric, which, Jez, I can't believe you memed me on Twitter over that, bro. Like, seriously? Unbelievable.
You don't like
Unbelievable.
You don't like the meme? What do you mean meme? It's a photograph.
Yeah, it's a photograph. So,
it's a photograph, bro.
Thank you guys so much. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe if you're new. Thank you to all the people who super chatted and everybody who's, signed up to be new members, and people who just, were talking to other people in the chat, and anyone lurking. You guys are the best. And hopefully everybody listening later on iTunes and Spotify enjoy the show as well. Make sure you leave us a review if you haven't. And now it's time for the Patreon questions. And if you can also send in your questions on Patreon, among other perks like getting a shout out at the beginning of the show or getting access to the Xbox Ultimate Show, which we'll be doing on Tuesday, I can check that out at patreon.com/XB2. Links in the description. I'm sure Jez will just put it in chat. We have here, let's see here. Man, these things are so small, Jez, that you put in here, and I can't really read the questions.
Download to your desktop and then zoom in.
We have one from Prof JJ. Gentlemen, we all know Xbox's first-party lineup was light in 2022, and will hopefully be much more robust in 2023. However, I am really tired of the narrative that Xbox had no games in 2022. Some of the most prominent members of the community are even repeating this mantra. I understand not wanting to count Grounded since it was in early access for quite a while. I even understand not wanting to count Pentiment since it's a value title, but what about As Dusk Falls? Granted, many were turned off by the art style, but almost everyone who gave it a chance ended up loving it. Why has this game completely been wiped from the memory of the Xbox community? Of course, we all want more and bigger games, but no games in 2022 just isn't the truth.
Yeah, I mean, it comes back to what we was talking about earlier, where like people value different kinds of games in different ways. You know, I think a game like God of War, which is cinematic and has all these like extra features layered on top of each other, he does more for more people than a game like Flight Simulator or a game like As Dusk Falls, you know, which are high quality in the genres they exist in, but don't really provide a broad experience like some of these other games. For me, and you know, for other people as well, like it just feels like the third person cinematic action game is just more popular from a sort of a vocal core gamer perspective than a game like Flight Simulator. We all know Flight Simulator is a big game, but a lot of people who play it, they just don't really talk about it. You know, they spend a lot of money on flight simulation equipment, and I know that from looking at our metrics and flight sticks and all kinds of stuff. And then they just, you know, enjoy chilling, flying a plane. It's a very, very different experience to God of War. So I think like the Xbox community is guilty of that to some degree, where they forget that some of these games exist. To be honest, even I'm like that. Like I forgot Dusk Falls came out this year because you know, it's not my kind of game generally, you know. And I think a lot of these niche experiences that do hit are good for the platform and they're good for Xbox Game Pass because it does cater to as many niches as possible. But at the same time, what we're really waiting for is that big Elden Ring, God of War style blockbuster kind of game that really does cut across that that wide cross section of people where it's like, you know, everyone or more of the core will enjoy it. So, you know, I kind of get it in one way, and I also agree that people should, you know, stand up more for games like Pentiment and As Dusk Falls because they have a place too, you know.
Well, I mean, for one, Pentiment's not even out yet, so you don't even know if it's actually good, right?
I played it; it's good.
Right, but we don't even know for sure yet.
I played it; it's good.
Like, I think this also goes towards most people's responses being hyperbolic in nature. Like Jez talked about reviews either being the best thing ever or the worst thing ever, right? Games. So then, like, it kind of replies to this scenario where people say Xbox released no games because everybody knows they release games, but you're exaggerating for effect that they released no, right?
Yeah. There's that aspect.
That aspect.
You got to be sensational to get engagement, right?
Sensational, and I mean, As Dusk Falls was a lot of fun. I wasn't interested in it. I played it. I quite liked it. Grounded, I also was another game I wasn't interested in when they first announced it. I think it's a really great game. We'll see about Pentiment, but I think for a lot of people, they're not interested in those type of games. What they're interested in are their bigger experiences. So, you know, when they say Xbox released no games, it's not that they're forgetting As Dusk Falls or they're forgetting Grounded. To them, it's like those games don't count. And it's like they only care about Hellblades and the Starfields and the bigger games that the big AAA games from Xbox that they're that they're looking forward to. I also feel there is a sense of like from a lot of people where you can't seem overly happy with Xbox because then you're just called a fanboy and you're just called so you sort of have to like, oh, you have to kind of go along with the crowd, and because I see this a lot on social media where like somebody will praise Xbox but then critique Xbox in the next thing, or they'll praise PlayStation but make sure to definitely critique Xbox, where it's like they want to present to the world that like, see, I can be critical too. And I think some of that plays into this as well, where they're worried about what people view it, and it's like, well, Xbox's year wasn't great, so I'm gonna make sure I say that, and they release no games because I want to be seen as keeping it 100, right? From my personal opinion, I think 2022 was the worst year in Xbox first party history. Even though As Dust Falls was a good game and Grounded was a good game, it probably would have been the same if those two games didn't come out. I just, when you compare this with other years, to me this was like the worst by far. But I do get what you're saying. There are definitely people that don't give the respect to Grounded or As Dust Falls as maybe they should. But also, I think people overlook those smaller titles. People overlook the single A and double A experiences, and a lot of people only care about the bigger ones. And Xbox didn't release any this year. And even Phil, we had Phil's quote. I mean, Phil even talked about that. He'd be like, hey, it's been a while since we released one of those big experiences. And it's true, they didn't release one this year. So that's just how the cookie crumbles. Elijah says, do you think that Microsoft will ever add headsets to the Design Lab? The current wireless headset has a bunch of cool features, like being able to connect to two devices and play audio from both at the same time, but the quality seems to need an update. My current one had a plastic end on the mic snap off from just placing a finger on it yesterday and never dropped it either.
I'm going to be honest with you. Microsoft, have we used enough swear words to get demonetized?
You can use another swear word. Go ahead.
Microsoft is fucking awful at making headphones.
Ooh, okay. Straight to the point.
Sorry, it's just a fact. Surface headphones, garbage. The Xbox wireless headset, garbage.
But you get what you pay for. It's like $100.
Yeah, that's the only good thing about the Xbox headset is that it's $100, and at least it's got that going for it. At least it's got that going for it. I really want Microsoft to really go back to the drawing board on their headset stuff because it ain't good. It's not good enough. Surface headphones, especially, were aggressively bad especially for how much they cost, and it's like it's criminal. It's criminal. Like you blow those headsets and they fall to bits. It's like what? Where's the build quality? It's just awful. My problem with the Xbox wireless headset is like the sound is just not that great. And there are better headsets out there. Like Turtle Beach. Turtle Beach's $100 headsets are, in my opinion, better than Xbox's, and also like you can get better sound quality out of cheaper headsets if you're willing to go 3.5 millimeter, like HyperX CloudX, which is my go-to recommendation generally. But anyway, that's a completely separate discussion. So I like the idea of Microsoft actually having high quality accessories that they make themselves. Microsoft's always had this thing where it's like they don't want to upset their OEM partners, right? Which is why Surfaces are overpriced. They purposefully overprice the Surfaces so they don't piss off Dell and HP and Razer and all these other companies. Well, Razers are overpriced too, but the Surfaces are overpriced on purpose. I feel like Microsoft has this mentality as well with regards to Xbox accessories. I'm sure Microsoft could like come in and be like, "We're going to make the best Xbox headset ever," but they'll end up like hurting partners like Corsair and Turtle Beach and HyperX who are making these accessories. So part of me wonders, like, are they holding back on purpose? Are they holding back? I mean, there's probably a baseless conspiracy theory as well. At least it's pretty known to be true on the Surface side, but I don't know about the Xbox side. But I like the idea of a design lab ecosystem. I think that's really cool because it's a very unique feature. I would love to see the consoles in the design lab. Let me stick an Xbox Series X in the design lab. Let me stick an Xbox Series X or S in the design lab. Let me print off Rand's face on a Series S, heading to work at Dick's Electric. I think that'd be hilarious and amazing. I'd love that. And I think that'd give them a unique selling point in the sort of ecosystem, and also it's great for gifting, right? I'd love to be able to give. I've gifted Design Lab controllers plenty of times, like at least 5 times. I've gifted Design Lab controllers because they're personable and stuff like that. So I think they're definitely onto something in the Design Lab, and it'd be cool to see them branch out to like more accessories that are actually high quality. But I think they yeah, I would like to see them get the quality of their headsets up. Definitely.
Yeah. I bought the headset, the Xbox headset, and it's a good headset I use as a replacement or as an alternative in case my Astros or any other headsets I don't use, because the sound quality is not very good. So like the Xbox controllers are great. People want to customize those. The Elites are great. People want to customize those. Are people really asking for customizable Xbox headsets? I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure that's like a thing that there's a lot of demand for. People buy multiple controllers, but do people buy multiple headsets like that? I'm not sure. So, Achievement says, with news from AMD that they're working with 343 to bring ray tracing to Halo Infinite next year with video evidence, can we put the switch to UE5 rumors to rest? Yeah, Jez, what's up with that?
Yeah, the whole rumors about Unreal Engine and Halo, for me, have gone nowhere. I personally don't believe them anymore. I think I said on a previous show what I think the scenario is. There is an internal. I almost think there's an internal meme or a group of people at 343 who want this to happen, so they're kind of pushing for it, and then that sort of like desire to switch to Unreal has been misinterpreted as we're definitely going to switch to Unreal. That's kind of my gut feeling about it, but as of right now, I have no hard evidence that that's actually going to happen, that they're going to switch Halo to Unreal, either for this game, to Tanker, or the next game. So I would park that for now, but I think it's just a case of crossed wires right now. But I could be wrong. There could really be something to this, and there could be something more. But right now, I'm letting it rest. I'm not investigating that anymore. I don't believe it, personally. That's where I'm at with that.
What do you think about ray tracing only coming to the PC and only being in like Arena and Big Team Battle? Are they giving up on ray tracing on console?
I reached out to Microsoft and they didn't want to comment on it. So I don't know for sure about whether it's going to come to Xbox or not at all. It might just be on PC. Have they confirmed that either way yet, Rand? They said to me no comment when I asked them, but
really,
I think the problem with they said no comment right now or something. It doesn't mean they won't comment in the future. Maybe they're getting ready to announce it officially or something. I don't know, but I did try and ask, and we didn't get an answer. But I don't know. I think ray tracing has sort of ended up being a performance overhead that a lot of developers don't feel like investing in. I think they feel like it's not worth it to, the dropped frames and the CPU budget you have to allocate to ray tracing for a lot of devs. I think they feel it's not worth it until AMD and other companies can improve the algorithms, the drivers, maybe, get machine learning in there, and maybe even offset some of that calculative overhead to the cloud. Maybe that's what they're waiting for, to start implementing it more broadly. But honestly, for me, ray tracing just hasn't lived up to the hype on Xbox Series X. I don't know if you feel the same way, but I don't feel like it has. You know.
Yeah.
Most games don't even bother with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is some ray tracing in Gotham Knights, but I would have much preferred no ray tracing and a lower resolution at 60 frames. So, James Moore said, could Microsoft release Xbox OS as a lightweight OS for gaming to compete with Steam OS? Windows is too open, and they will never get the Microsoft Store to be as popular as Steam. Well, this is the PC stuff, Jez. This is your forte.
So, can you repeat that?
Could Microsoft release the Xbox OS as a lightweight OS for gaming to compete with Steam OS?
Am I allowed to talk about this?
I don't know. Are you?
Oh man, I know. There's been projects internally to look at this exact scenario, where it's like, could we make a lighter weight version of Windows for devices like the Steam Deck? Because if you install Windows on the Steam Deck right now, it's not great, you know. And they have improved the tablet experience, because that's what Steam Deck is. It's a tablet, you know. At the end of the day, they have improved the tablet experience a little bit for small screens and the touch experience on Windows 11. But it's a lot of those performance overheads. You know, the Steam OS is super lightweight. It's super good. It's a bit slow. You know, when you're switching between Steam and the desktop mode, it's a bit slower than I'd like. But you know, it's a handheld, for God's sake. You know, I can't, like, when I'm like loading the Nintendo Store on the Nintendo Switch, it takes like half an hour, and it's like, oh, I'm complaining about loading a full desktop environment on a similar device. You know, it's an amazing first version. You know, I love this thing, man. They've done an amazing job with the Steam Deck. Wow, what a device. What a company. What if Valve just better? Is PC just the master race, Rand? Is PC just better than everything?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, anyway, I think this is something Microsoft's going to very, very aggressively explore, you know. But it's also, there's a lot of legacy organizational division. Windows is owned by a different division, you know, than Xbox. So if Xbox comes to them like, we want a gaming version of Windows, Windows team might be like, well, we're too busy working on actually making Windows good right now for people who, you know, use it on their PC. So I think like there'd need to be a strong internal push for this kind of platform to happen. But I think it's definitely something they got to be looking at, because Steam OS is pretty damn impressive, I have to say. Maybe 2023 is finally the year of Linux.
Interesting. Andrew Courtney says, all in all, it has been a lackluster year in AAA game releases, but Game Pass keeps giving me things to play that are incredibly fun and entertaining. Next year should be packed with lots of things we missed this year. So what are your expectations for 2023? Where do you see Game Pass going growth-wise, and what could make 2023 fail for Xbox? I mean, I think 2023 is almost kind of going to be like the true start of this generation. Seems like everything's lining up. The year's going to be packed because COVID sort of delayed a lot of stuff. There's a lot of Game Pass stuff that is, you know, a lot of deals from games that were supposed to come out now that are now being delayed. I think it's going to be a big Game Pass growth year. You know, you're starting out the year with stuff like Atomic Heart and Wolong, Last Case of Benedict Fox, and then you're finally going to have Starfield's Redfalls, Minecraft Legends, Ghostwire Tokyo, potentially Diablo 4, Forza Motorsport, all potentially in the first 6 months. Not to mention some other, you know, probably MLB The Show again. So you could really see Xbox pushing consoles and then also pushing Game Pass to go with it. What could be a fail for Xbox? I mean, Miles had a tweet yesterday about how would you feel if next year for Xbox was just Starfield, Redfall, Forza Motorsport, and Hellblade 2, and people have said that would be a fail. I do think they need something for the end of the year, probably multiple somethings. They don't necessarily all have to be like, it doesn't have to be Hellblade 2 and Avowed, but it definitely has got to be, they got to have something. Because I think if you pack everything in the first half of the year and then you get to the end and you just don't have anything, I think then people will be like, well, what the heck? Why isn't there anything here? You know, what's going on? So, yeah, I think I know people are like, well, you got Starfield and Redfall and Forza. What else do you really need? But it's like, yeah, but those games, or at least 2 of those games, are supposed to be this year. So what else do you have planned for 2023? You've revealed all these games in 2020 that we have no idea when they're coming. Not to mention like the Perfect Darks and, all these other Bethesda studios. And so it's kind of like people are at that point now where it's like, all right, well, the games should start coming out, or we should be knowing more information about these games and when they're targeting. So maybe we find more out next year at E3 or other events that they do, because I feel like next year is the year. If you're going to do multiple events, then next year's the year. Like, you can't just show up at E3, because the way it's currently set up, Starfield, Redfall, Forza, all these games will have already been out, right? So, like, you need to have other sort of venues and other avenues to actually hype up your products. Starfield deserves that. I think Redfall deserves that. I think they're doing a good job of it right now on Twitter, but, like, Redfall deserves a much bigger showcase than what it's gotten. And I think you need to give it one simply because it's a new IP. New IPs are incredibly difficult to get off the ground and get people excited. So, but then again, that's Bethesda PR doing it, so maybe they already have that idea in their head. But, this is the situation you end up when you have a lot of games. Well, you're going to have more events to talk about these things. But I think 2023 is going to be a great year for gaming, not just Xbox, although I do think Xbox is going to have a great year. I think, this is going to be a fantastic year, because I think this is the year where it's like, all right, COVID, Phil even mentioned kind of what it did, the production cycle's over. You have a lot of games that moved into this year. I think you start moving away from cross-gen, so you're going to start getting more games that are Series X and PS5 only. So I really sort of view it as like the beginning of the beginning, essentially, even though we're 2 years in or whatever. I don't know. What do you think?
I think 2023 is going to be lit, fam.
Lit, bro. And you got the Steam Deck to go along with it. You're rolling, right?
I've ordered the Steam Deck thing as well. I'm Steam Decking it up, man.
Yeah.
I've been playing. I've been playing Death Stranding.
Oh my god.
Brilliant. It's game of the year. Kojima is a genius. He's a genius, Rand. Kojima is a genius. But I honestly, man, it's crazy how well it runs on a handheld. I'm like, what the hell? It's crazy. But anyway, yeah, I think 2023 is going to be an amazing year. There's going to be so much to play, so much I ain't got time for, so much I'm going to be like, oh God, I wish I had time to play this. And then, I wish I had time to write about this. And then, while I'm doing meetings, and then Rand will be like, oh, Jez, I played all these games. And I'll be like, oh, yeah, that'd be nice, playing games. I remember what that was like. But yeah, I think it's going to be a good year. I mean, there's not much more to say about it. I think, like, his question was like, what could Xbox do to screw this up? And I think, like we said last week when I was talking about it, or previous podcasts, Starfield has to be perfect. When Starfield launches, it has to be as close to perfect as possible. We can't have like broken game, half-finished stuff, patch it later kind of thing. It has to be a testament to their acquisition. It has to be a testament to the change in the guard. It has to be a testament to the kind of quality we're going to be able to expect from Microsoft consistently on the Xbox side when it comes to cinematic games moving forward. It has to be that. I really want it to be that, which is why I said, if it needs be, delay Starfield to Q3 or Q4 even. That game needs to be a game of the year contender. It can't be a broken mess. It can't be a disappointment. So there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure. So that's how I think Microsoft could screw up. If Redfall's bad, if Starfield's bad, if they have a bad E3 and they don't really announce anything much, or like, some other bad things happen, if the deal gets blocked, things can always go bad. But I don't believe they're gonna have a bad year. I think they're gonna have a killer year. I think Starfield's gonna be amazing. I think Redfield's gonna be amazing, and all the third-party games are gonna be amazing. I think it's just gonna be a great year for gaming. I'm hyped AF about it, bro.
Mm-hmm. Paul says people tend to forget that God of War and Horizon Forbidden West was delayed into 2022. That means they would have only had Gran Turismo in 2022. Gran Turismo was also delayed from 2021. A lot of delays for a lot of companies. Let's see. We have any questions? I need to scroll up to look and see anybody at me. Sofa King says, "Do you think that Embracer Group is possibly a shell company for Microsoft?" I've seen people say this. I don't think so. I mean, could you imagine? But the thing is, I don't think Microsoft wants half of the studios that Embracer has. I don't think Microsoft wants Volition. They had a chance to get Volition when THQ went under and they're bidding. I don't think they I know that's the thing, like all these studios or whatever, but I don't think Microsoft wants any of them, really. I think the only ones they potentially wanted was Gearbox because they had Borderlands, and that could have worked well in Game Pass, and maybe Crystal Dynamics or whatever. But there's a whole bunch of rinky-dinky devs that fucking Embracer has that I don't think Microsoft would want. So this whole idea that Embracer is a shell company for Microsoft, I think is ridiculous. Am I off base on this one?
Yeah, nah. I think you're completely right. I think we talked about it earlier with the shell company stuff, and yeah, Bracer has a lot of bulk that I think Microsoft just wouldn't want, frankly, and I wouldn't want them to want, because I think a lot of the stuff they've acquired is just not going to be anything, Saints Row was flop. Let's call it what it is, and we haven't really seen anything from Embracer really hit big, I don't think. What was that other game? Was that Biomutant? That was Embracer, wasn't it? Biomutant?
I don't know. Was it?
I can't remember. I hated that game. Is what my point I'm gonna make in Biomutant. Let me just check this. So Biomutant, I know THQ Nordic. That's Embracer, right? THQ Nordic. THQ Nordic is a subsidiary of Embracer Group. Yeah, so Biomutant, hated that game. I know some people liked it, and liked the idea of it at least. But I absolutely
Colt loved that game.
Who?
Colt loved it.
Yeah, Colt's got bad taste.
Yeah,
sorry,
that's true.
But yeah, you telling me Colt's not gonna like Diablo 4? Dude's got bad taste. Sorry, Colt. But yeah, I hated that game. So I don't rate Embracer right now. I think they're just a company with a lot of money for some reason. But what have they contributed to the industry? Nothing, not yet. So I appreciate that they saved some of these companies from going completely bankrupt and they're giving these people jobs. But at the end of the day, none of the games they put out really hit for me. So I wouldn't want Microsoft to touch them with a barge pole, for an acquisition. Maybe they like we talked earlier, maybe they can grab Eidos and maybe CD Projekt Red and they get flipped, like fun speculation saying in chat. But yeah, Embracer Group, lot to prove for me.
Thaneros says thoughts on Pentiment. I mean, I haven't played it, so I don't really have any thoughts on it. I know the art style really turns people off. Jez has played it, says it's really good.
I love it.
So we'll see.
It's a good game.
Comes out on the 15th, so a couple weeks. Jared Bishop says, Rand, what's your heads must roll deadline for next year? If both Starfield and Redfall get delayed or launch poorly, are you ready to call for some heads? I don't know. I don't really... Phil or Matt Booty or whatever. I don't like calling for people's jobs. I mean, I can't imagine Starfield or Redfall getting delayed out of next year. So I think, I don't know. I just don't really feel comfortable saying so-and-so, this has to happen or so-and-so needs to be fired. Because if things weren't progressing, those people wouldn't be there anyways. Like if Matt Booty's bad at his job, then he'd just be replaced. And they would know better if he's good at his job or not than we would. Right? Because they're there working with him and seeing what the studios are, what the type of games they're making and stuff. So I feel like they would better know if they're actually living up to their responsibilities than we would. So I know, like, you know, there is like the Twitter social media thing of being like, this needs to happen or else. And it's like, well, what's the or else? Like, I'm so upset that, you know, I'm going to say somebody needs to be fired, or I'm so upset I'm switching to PlayStation. Because some people do that. Because some people, like, it's weird. Like, some people, it's like, they can only really like one console or not the other. Like, I like this one, so I have to talk shit about the other one, where I don't know, I feel that's sort of odd. Like, so I don't know. Is there a heads must roll thing? I mean, if you get 3 years from now and every game that Xbox has put out is low quality, 70 meta, then I'll be like, yeah, there probably needs to be a replacement up top. Because the whole point of this was putting out games that were of high quality, right? That were good versus what it used to be, you know, years ago, where there was bad. So, like, if you have a stretch of, you know, games where the games are of poor quality, then it's like, yeah, there probably does need to be a change. But specifically anything about next year, I mean, I don't think so. Because I expect Starfield and Redfall to actually both be good. I expect Forza Motorsport to be good. I mean, Minecraft Legends is probably going to be similar quality to Minecraft Dungeons, and I don't really care about that game. You know, I'll be interested in seeing how does Hellblade 2 look and perform. How much different is it than Hellblade 1? Did the acquisition actually help them? Same thing with Avowed. Same thing like with Perfect Dark and these other games from first party that are starting up, like In Exile's game. How much different are they in comparison to their previous work? You know, if Hellblade 1 is the exact same as Hellblade 2 with no improvements, I'd be like, well, what's the point? Like, clearly there's a disconnect here. But I don't think that's going to be the case. But we don't know Xbox's schedule for next year. And that's why Xbox should get out more, talk more, have more shows and things. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, they're the underdog, right? They're the ones that need to convince people that they're worth investing in the platform, considering they lost everybody last gen. So, like, people say it's not fair that PlayStation can delay God of War and Horizon and Gran Turismo to this year, and people still say PlayStation had a great year. But then when they say something about Xbox being like, well, if next year's only Starfield, Redfall, Forza Motorsport, and Hellblade 2, then that's a bad year for Xbox. And they say, well, how's it a good year for PlayStation when those games were delayed, and a bad year for Xbox when those games were delayed? It's sort of because they're on different like playing fields. People perceive Xbox and PlayStation differently. And Xbox needs to fight and crawl to get the respect that they lost from people this generation. They have to do more than PlayStation does. I mean, you can say whether or not that's fair or right or whatever, but I think that's just a fact, is that Xbox needs to do more to get people back and to make people happy than PlayStation does. Is that such a hot take? That's usually what happens when you destroy people's trust in a brand, is that you're kind of skeptical of them, and Xbox really violated a lot of people's trust in them last generation. And you can say, well, oh my God, it's been so long since then, but people don't forget. And people really were clowning Xbox for their lack of first-party titles all through last gen, even though they had some really good ones with Ori and stuff. Is it that PlayStation kept the cadence pretty great? They were putting out games that a lot of people would consider game of the generation, game of the year quality stuff, and they've continued to essentially do so. So, yeah, I mean, you can look at those scenarios and being like, well, that's bullshit. How can you say PlayStation's year would be good when all their games were delayed, but Xbox's year would be bad when all their games are delayed? It's a similar situation, but they're not really the same situation because both companies are in different positions. One's fighting for respect in the industry, while one has the respect in the industry of the gamers. So
I can't really add anything to that because you hit every point nail on the head. You know, Microsoft has a respect problem. They have a respect problem, and they've got a, you know, people don't believe they can be consistent anymore. So, yeah.
I mean, trust me, I get, like, because, you know, I've saw the tweets. I get it. It's like, well, how can you say this when Xbox would be this? But it's just like, they're not operating on the same levels. You know, that's the whole point, is Xbox is trying to get to that level. But people are a little bit wary on them because it's been a while. So they don't give Xbox the same amount of slack as they give PlayStation or Nintendo. Like, PlayStation, I don't think Nintendo had a good year last year. But, I mean, they're having a great year this year. But people are willing to give Nintendo and PlayStation benefits of the doubts when their years aren't great because they think of it as a blip in the radar or, you know, a bump in the road. When Xbox has a bad year, it just kind of seems like that's just par for the course. That's just what always happens. And Xbox needs to change that mentality. You know, they don't need to change the mentality with me. Xbox is my platform, but they need to change that mentality with everybody in the media or regular normies who think that way. And I think Game Pass is a pretty good way of starting to change that narrative, because I think Game Pass is something that really is a selling point versus the other two. Neither of those two companies has something that valuable as Game Pass, where it changes the talking point, where you get it for specifically a service and you get all this great stuff with it. But then once Xbox starts putting out, here's the Starfield, here's the Redfall, here's Forza, here's Hellblade, here's Avowed, here's Perfect Dark, here's Fable, here's id Software's next game, here's Arcane's next game, here's the Call of Duty stuff. Then that sort of changes everything around Xbox. So it's like, oh, it's not just about Game Pass. It's all about all these other things that Xbox is doing. And it doesn't help that Halo Infinite went and struggled, right? That sort of works against... We've talked about this at length, ad nauseum. So I'm just going to end it there, because we are approaching 4 hours of the show, which is ridiculous. I didn't think we'd fucking get this far. It's kind of absurd that this always happens. I blame Jez for it.
I blame Jez for it. But as long as people are cool with it, I'm cool with it. It's really funny. I had a meeting this week with who did I have a meeting with? I can't remember. But the topic was podcast lengths. And they were talking about, oh yeah, we think 45 minutes is a good length for a podcast. We're nervous about going to a full hour because we think that's a lot of time. And I'm just sitting there like, 4-hour podcasts are the norm in Xbox 2 land. You know, so yeah. But yeah, that's gonna be the show, I think.
Yeah, but I think that's it. We're at the 4-hour mark. I don't really see any other questions in the chat. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you for all the Patreons for dropping questions. Thank you to let's see, the Patreon sponsor, mariokartMADMAN. Make sure you check out his channel. Link is in the description as well. Give him a sub. I think he's trying to get to 300 subs, which we've all been there. We've all grinded, or I've grinded, and it's definitely a struggle. Thank you guys. We'll be back next week. On November 11th with another podcast, hopefully with a lot more interesting things to talk about. Make sure you check out the Patreon. Links in the description. Patreon.com XB2. I'm sure Jez will be making more memes about me and dicks and butt electric. But
yep.
We love you guys. Thank you guys.
The Xbox 2 Ultimate on Tuesday, right? You mentioned that, right?
Yes, Tuesday. But we love all you, even the ones that lurk and listen on the podcast apps. And hopefully the timestamps will be a thing moving forward. So we'll see how Jez does with these timestamps for the first time. Yes. So
yeah, we'll see how we go. I did miss some. So like the timings are not going to be perfect this time, but we're trying. Okay, we're trying.
All right. So with that, we're out of here. Have a great weekend, guys, and keep it gaming.
Take care, everybody.
Later.